2,445 polling units across the 16 local government areas of the state. Now, of course, as you must be aware, there are 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, and also that 16 political parties are taking part in the governorship election. 2 of them are female. That's interesting to hear. Now, again, there are certain things you must know. One is that the election is coming 7 months after that of the Anambra State, which, of course, was this will be the first governorship election to be conducted after that of the Anambra State, based on the new Electoral Act 2022. And just to be specific, the new Electoral Act 2022 was actually signed on Friday, February 25, 2022. Well, this makes Ekiti State governorship election very historic in all ramifications in the country's electoral process. And as such, it's considered a litmus test for INEC, in view of the fact that more technology will be deployed in the electoral process, of course, like the bimodal accreditation system known as BVAS, the almighty BVAS, that will, expected to enhance credibility of the exercise. Now, accreditation and voting, I'm told, have commenced in some polling units in Ekiti State. And of course, as the process continue, we will also be giving you updates on happenings there. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, in a statement, said that the choice of who becomes the next governor of Ekiti State is entirely in the hands of the voters, promising that INEC as an umpire remains committed to conducting free and fair as well as credible elections. Now, as part of efforts to ensure peaceful and credible polls, security agencies and paramilitary organizations have deployed their personnel massively. All right. Okay. So let me introduce myself first. I am Claire Dilabo Abdurazak. Election, as I said earlier on, has started. So I just joined my colleague Kunle Adeye in Ekiti. Hello, Kunle.
Claire, good morning. How are you doing?
Very well, and I suppose you're also doing well. Just give us a feel of what's going on. What's happening? How are the people feeling this morning?
Oh, well, thank you very much, Claire. Right now we are in Ikogosi, Ekiti. It's a town in Ekiti West local government area of the state, and it's a one-ward town. It's Ward 6, and we are at polling unit 3 in Okelele Street. Well, like it's been already established, voting accreditation, they now go simultaneously, and they have commenced, and everything is seamless. Even the beavers, there has been no issues. Everything has been going on smoothly.
Very interesting to hear that the beavers, the almighty beavers, is going on smoothly. So far, so good. Have you been able to speak with, maybe the staff, the INEC staff, the voters themselves, to know how they feel about the process so far?
Of course, we have spoken with the INEC officials, but I'm off camera now. The whole process has been seamless. Then again, from what we have gathered, the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, that's Abiyayomi Biodun Oyebanji, he will also be casting his ballot here. But we've made some contacts. As soon as he's on his way here, then they will get in contact with us. Then we'll catch him cast his ballot.
Talk to me about the voter turnout. I see behind you big crowd. Is that what it is?
Of course. People are here to vote, to exercise their civic right. That's apparent in the video you are seeing behind me here. But earlier I spoke with one of the prospective voters, and he has agreed to talk to us, and I will invite him now to come and speak with us. He's Wale Olowokere, but he has actually told me that he would like to converse with me in Yoruba, so I will do the interpretation. So let me go to him now. Mr. Wale, Ekaro. Ekpelegon. Pa ètò bó ṣe ń lọ nísinsìnyí.
Ó ń lọ well organized. Ó ń lọ dédé torí fún kíni kò sí ìjà kò sí tànú dàpọ̀. Ẹni tó yẹ ta fẹ́ la fẹ́ dìbò fún. Kì í ṣe bóyá a fẹ́ gbowó, kì í ṣe bóyá ó nìkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe a kàn fẹ́ wá pé ìwọ́nú wa pé ẹni tá a fẹ́ òun la fẹ́ dìbò fún lẹ́ni àwọn tó elétò ìdìbò náà kò sí bí arújú pé bí wọ́n ṣe bágan ní ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìdìbò tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ yìí pé inú wa dẹ̀ dùn láti pé ká dìbò yìí ní ìrọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀.
Okay, well, Claire, let me just quickly interpret what the guy has just told me. He's only saying the process has been seamless too, no rancor, no fighting, nothing. And they are here to cast their ballot for the candidate of their choice, no inducement. And he's even saying he's pleased with the arrangements made by the electoral body, which is the Independent National Electoral Commission. Okay, Mr. Wale, okay, Claire, I can hear you.
Yes, because he also talks about something about money. We don't want money. I want you to speak more on that in view of the fact that there's a new lexicon going on, Dibon Sebe.
About? Okay, well, like you said, the guy actually spoke as regards inducement. He said, as far as they are concerned, in this Unit 3 in Ward 6 in the Congo Sekiti, they are not ready to be induced. And probably if you do that, they will rebuff you. They are not here for that, just to exercise their civic right, which is their constitutional right. And he said something too, that the process, the arrangement made by INEC has been seamless. But he said he still wants to make further comments. Let me talk to him now. Mr. Wale, hey Joe,
torí fún kíni pé yà pé mo kàn fẹ́ rọ̀ wọ́n pé yà pé kó bá ti dàrú pọ̀ torí fún kíni torí ó ń lọ ní ìrọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀ torí fún kíni pé ìkọgùn tí a wà nílùú ẹ̀ báyìí pé ó ń lọ ní ìrọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀ torí àfẹ́ dàrú pọ̀ pé ká má fi tiwọn kó má fi kó bá ẹni tó fẹ́ díje torí fún kíni torí kò ní pé owó ẹni tá a nífẹ̀ẹ́ la fẹ́ dìbò fún òun tó jẹ́ advice tí mo lè fún wọn.
Okay, Mr. Wale Eshigun. Well, Claire, I think you have rightly heard what he said, that again, they don't want violence in any form. They are just here to exercise their civic responsibility, and that's what he has just said now. Well, I understand what you earlier asked me, that the issue of inducement, well, of course, in the local parlance, they call it see and buy. That probably those who want to buy votes, you show them what you have taunted, and they give you a sign, you go there to collect what they have for you. But he's saying nothing like that here. And of course, the INEC officials have observed here, they are with the eagle eyes, they are trying to look at everywhere. In case they see any infractions, then they will raise an alarm.
Okay, Kule, I saw some security personnel behind you. I would like you to speak to us about the deployment of, police there and the security of the place you're reporting from.
Sorry, please repeat that question.
I earlier on, while you were speaking to Mr. Olowokere, I guess that's his name, I saw some police personnel, move around behind you. So could you just leverage on that and talk to us about the security within the place you're reporting from?
Well, even before I joined the studio, I earlier approached them and they politely declined that they won't be able to grant interviews, but that they are here to do their job. And again, they will advise the different political parties on how to conduct themselves. That's what they told me, though off camera.
I wish we could have a wider shot to have a clearer view of that area you are reporting from. But Kule, I think I'll just put you on hold for now. We have an election observer also joining us via Zoom, Paul James. And Paul James is the director in charge of elections, Yaga Africa. If I have him on now, yes, that's him. Hello, Mr. Paul James. How are you? Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You've been in Ekiti for how long now? Mr. Well, I'm sorry again. You cannot rely on technology, and we hope that doesn't happen to Beavers today. But so let me return to Kunle Adeye, who is joining me live in Ikogosi, Ekiti. Kunle, Are you there? Okay, now we see we're having a clearer view of the voters. We have live view. We're seeing the voters in a long queue. I guess that is probably one of the voters trying to speak to an elderly woman. You see that they have come out. Yes. Okay, that's the beavers now. I'm told that's the beavers that's being used to capture the elderly woman. Now she moves on, apparently to, of course, get her details.
A lady, let me make attempt, sir.
All right, we're sorry about that. It does happen when you have to leverage the use of technology in a live program. We will return to Kunle again. Kunle is trying to get more voters to speak to get a feeling of the mood in Ikogosi area where voting has commenced. Again, just to remind you, okay, we have Paul James, Director in charge of elections, Yaga Africa. He's joining me via Zoom from Ado Ekiti. Mr. James, thank you once again for joining me on Ekiti Decide Studio.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, I asked you earlier on how long you've been in Ekiti, and for you to just share with us your experience, your observations prior to commencement of today's election.
So I have been on ground for 3 weeks now, but we also have had our people on ground, the people and citizens of Ekiti State since March that have been observing and reporting on the pre-election environment and focusing on the activities of critical stakeholders like INEC, the police, the security agencies, voter education campaign by political parties, and also involvement of women, youth, and persons with disability. Like we know, based on the register of voters, this is the election that will be determined by 51% of registered voters who are women, 38% of young persons who are between the ages of 18 to 34. And so in the build-up to the election, several activities have happened, one of which is the creation of new polling units by INEC. We have seen the creation of 250 additional polling units, although we had read concerns about the imbalance we have seen in the distribution of voters to these polling units, because we still have a polling unit in Ado Ekiti that has 3,429 registered voters. We've got over 11 polling units that have 2,000 and above registered voters, and 75 polling units that have between 1,000 and 3,000 registered voters. This is also negates the principle of voter allocation that INEC had come up with in the previous election of not having more than 750 voters to a polling unit. So we are worried that if this number, if this continues, it could pose a challenge to election administration, especially voter control. This is given the fact that we have seen a lot of enthusiasm on the part of voters to participate in the process. Based on the register of voters as released by INEC, 988,923 are supposed to participate in the election, out of which 76% had collected their PVCs as of the record released by INEC on the Wednesday this week, Wednesday the 15th of June this week, and the other figures of PVCs collected. I am yet to see those figures, and also based on the fact that INEC is saying the election this time will be determined by the number of PVCs collected, especially when you are discussing the margin of lead in the election. Other activities also, activities of interest happened in the build-up to the election. We saw minimal engagement of the process by political parties, especially, you know, we have 16 parties that are contesting in the election. Only 3 were visible, others were not as visible as those 3. But then in the last 2-3 weeks, while we were on ground, we saw the increment in the activities of political parties leading up to the election. What we have seen also is the fears that we had also raised in our pre-election statement about the commercialization of votes or the impact of money in the election, because in the build-up to the election, whilst there was minimal engagement by political party, what they had resorted to doing was a door-to-door campaign, engaging voters on their doorsteps and inducing them with money, some as little as 500, other places as much as 20,000. This is also the same as what we have seen in the 2018 election, where there was a lot of exchange of money for votes. So we were worried that this will not be. We will not see that also in the elections that is already happening today. The police had given assurances, because we were also at a stakeholder meeting with the DIG in charge of the elections, DIG Kokumo, where he had mentioned that they had set up a desk to arrest and prosecute anybody that is involved in vote trading, and then also, of course, working alongside with INEC. So I guess, just like your reporter has said in Ikogosi, that is what we are seeing today, that everybody is giving their searchlight to see whether or not that is going to be a problem in this election. There were security concerns leading up to the election. In the month of March, there were skirmishes that happened in Efon local government involving one of the leading candidates and also these supporters. We saw also last weekend in Oyo local government clashes between the supporters of one of the leading candidates and the road transport workers that led to the death of one person, and also a spin-off that happened in Ado Ekiti on Sunday.
Mr. James, thank you very much for the information that you have given us, and I mean, fortunately, we'll be speaking with INEC official here in our studio. He'll be speaking to some of the issues that you've raised regarding the voter distribution to the new polling units, as well as to the percentage of women and youths registered for this election. Thank you, Paul James, Director in charge of elections Yaga Africa. He joined me via Zoom from Edo Ekiti. Let me rejoin my colleague Kunle Adeye again in Ikogosi, Ekiti State, where he's reporting live for us. Kunle, if you're there, what more information have you got for us?
Well, thank you very much, Claire. Just to remind you, are still in the tourist town of Ikogosi, Ekiti, in Ekiti East, in Ekiti West local government area of the state. Tourists in the sense that this is the town where cold and warm water meet. I think I've refreshed your memory, Claire, a little bit. But again, I just have another prospective voter who is there. She just wants to share with me why she wants to exercise her civic responsibility again. Earlier, I spoke with a man, but this time around, this woman is curious to equally speak to the largest television network in Africa. He's Olanrewaju Adewale. Like the first respondent did, she has pleaded that she's going to converse with me in Yoruba language. Mrs. Olanrewaju, ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín náà. Torí kí lẹ rò pé ẹ ṣe fẹ́ dìbò gan lénìí?
Nǹkan tá a ṣe fẹ́ dìbò lénìí, a nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìlú wa, a dẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ Èkìtì lápapọ̀. Èèyàn tá a dẹ̀ fẹ́ gbé, èèyàn tó dáa ni, olóòótọ́ èèyàn. So kì í ṣe jẹgúdú jẹrá. So a campaign but ìfẹ́ lápapọ̀ l'Èkìtì West. A nífẹ̀ẹ́ kì í ṣe fẹ́ owó la ní òbọ̀ tí fẹ́ ara wa pé ká dìbò kí nǹkan rere kó wọlé, kí school kó wọlé, kí local government kó tún wọlé. So kan dẹ̀ bá ṣe náà wa lápapọ̀ ká rójú ká ráyè ká má ṣàìsàn.
Okay, well, Claire, let me quickly do the interpretation here. She's only saying the quest for good governance has propelled the voters there to troop out and cast their ballots. Well, she listed some of the things they're expecting when the person they hope they are voting for, maybe he will eventually come out victorious today. Something like good governance, they want electricity, good roads, improved agricultural sector, and all other sectors of the economy. They are craving for improvement. That's what she has just told me. Then again, let me go back to her. Mrs. Olanrewaju, Simasunikin Berilowo Ile Consino Gon. Àwọn àjọ elétò ìdìbò kí lè máa san pa ètò tó ti gbé kalẹ̀.
Àjọ elétò ìdìbò nǹkan tí mo ti fẹ́ sọ fún wọn ni pé kán má gbà bọ̀dẹ̀, kán jẹ́ ká dìbò wa nírọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀. Kò sí wàhálà ń Kọ̀gòsì, kò sí wàhálà lẹ́ka mẹ́ta, kò dẹ̀ sí wàhálà l'Èkìtì State.
Well, pẹ̀lú bẹ́tò yìí ṣe ń lọ, kí lè máa sọ nípa ètò kí lè máa sọ nípa àwọn elétò ìdìbò ṣé wọ́n ti ṣe dáadáa àbí báwo?
Àwọn elétò ìdìbò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ báyìí, a dẹ̀ ti rí wọn pé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́, so wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn dáadáa. so kò sí wàhálà kò dé àfẹ́ jà àdẹ̀fẹ́ ta.
Okay, Mumbo. Well, clear again, what she has just told me is that she's imploring the Independent National Electoral Commission, which is INEC, not to compromise in any form. As they have started, they should just maintain the neutrality and allow everybody to exercise his civic responsibility. But again, I will go to her one more time before I release her. Well, nǹkan tí màá sọ fún yín sìn, àwọn tó ń dìbò nílùú yìí níbò míì, ibò ní gbogbo Èkìtì, àmọ̀ràn wo lẹ máa fún wọn?
Àmọ̀ràn tí mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́ kán sọ fún wọn ni pé wọ́n já ká dìbò wa nírọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà ní gbogbo ìkọgòsì, kò dẹ̀ sí wàhálà lẹ́ka mẹ́ta, kò sí wàhálà gan lẹ́kìtì state. Nílùú tá a wà yìí kò sí wàhálà, àlàáfíà wà fún wa, wọ́n já ká dìbò wa.
Eshigon, Mrs. Olariwaju. Well, like she's been saying, she has implored other voters, irrespective of location, local government, senatorial district, anywhere in the state, that they should try and be civil while exercising their civic responsibility. Then she said something: don't be induced, don't be used as thugs. Just make sure you are a law-abiding citizen. That's the latest here.
So many interesting things, that speak to the homogeneous character of Ekiti State, and again to also the popular belief that Ekiti has the most sophisticated electorate. She spoke with understanding, and one thing she did say that we are happy to vote today. We are happy not we love ourselves. We love ourselves not because of money, but because of who we are and what we want. I think that speaks to the character of Ekiti people, isn't it, Kunle?
Yeah, well, based on what she said, that we have our dignity, and we will stand by that dignity regardless of what you want to give us, what you want to offer us. We are not moved. We will even reject all those your entreaties, but here we will stand our ground. That is voting for the candidates of our choice without any rancor.
And she also spoke about the kind of governance they want, the stakes for her people in Ikogosi. I think she was specific on issues about education, power, and I think one other thing that's very instructive. Kunle, so do you have more information you want to give us, maybe about the deployment of the time process? Today, did INEC make good of its words to start on time?
Well, I wouldn't hear you clearly, but if I can guess, probably if I can deduce from what you are I know you are asking about deployments, maybe what the Independent National Electoral Commission has put in place. Well, we got here on time, of course, and statutorily, voting should commence by 8:30 with accreditation and voting that should go on simultaneously. And when we got here, 8:30 dot on the spot, the whole process began, and behind me is evident in the video that voting has started. Of course, the security agents are here, from police to paramilitary agencies. I can see that of immigration and others. They are here, and they've been able to at least coordinate the people to an extent.
I know you might not be able to work out the mathematics. When I spoke with one of the directors in charge of elections, Yaga Africa, Paul James, he made an observation about the representation of women and the young ones that are registered. Maybe about 51% of women, 31% youths. From your area where you are, do you see that represented? If you look around, if you just take a look, make a hazard guess.
Well, of course, that's really represented. I will totally concur with what your guest in the studio has said. I can see a lot of younger people here. Even the women, they're here. Even the person I spoke with, when I pulled her out from the line, she was in the midst of women. And the youths are equally here. Is a true representation, yeah.
What about provision for the frail elderly, voters, as well as those living with one form of disability or the other? Is there special provision for them?
Okay, well, in terms of provision made by the Independent National Electoral Commission, I know it's been said over times that those who are with special needs or those living with disabilities, there are provisions for them to cast their ballots without any hitch. But from what we have seen here, we are yet to come across anybody who is physically challenged. But in terms of provision, well, a person is even casting his ballot beside me here, and I know no interference, nothing. The process has been seamless, and the security agents, they are even in front of me, though Abuja cannot pan to that place right now, so you can't get a true picture. So everything is going on seamlessly. They are actually in charge. Let me put it that way.
Let's look at movement in and out, within the voting area. Now, one of the things INEC, talked about was understanding how the divas works, and of course the challenge of connectivity. Is that happening? Do those handling the beavers, do they understand the sensitivity of the beavers? And so far, have you received any complaint? Has there been any complaint of beavers not working?
Since we got here at 8:30 and the whole process started, the Vivas has been working very well, no hitch at all. At the time, an old man even came when some people envisaged that because of his age, maybe because of the sensitivity of his palm and all that, or because they were trying to capture the face. But in fairness, let's give it to INEC. The Beavers has been working very well here. No hitch has been recorded so far, and I think it's almost some minutes after 9 here. Nothing like that. The whole process has been seamless. It's going on well. The Beavers has been working perfectly. Let me use that word.
Kunle Adeye, many thanks to you joining me live from Ikogosi Ekiti. Of course, we will get back to you in the course of the program. But for now, just go and take some rest. While we'll take a special report on, of course, the commencement of the election. And this one is presented by Tayo Osho.
Thank you, studio. The people of Ekiti State have been anticipating the 18th of June for a long time now, and the day has finally come. And the excitement to imprint their thumb on the ballot paper to elect the next leader of the state could be seen on their faces as they move individually into their polling unit. I have with me Ojo Titilayo, who is here early enough to be part of this decision-making process. So, now, what are the preparations been done to be here early enough to be able to vote?
According to
What she's saying is that she left where she lives, which is the Kara Ekiti, yesterday to be able to be part of this process, and she's here early enough to franchise. And that is the situation in Ifaki Ekiti as people are moving to their respective polling units. We'll give you updates as we get to each polling unit as the event of votes. I'm Tayo Osho, back to the studio.
All right, welcome back. You are on to Ekiti Descent Studios, live from our Abuja studios here. And let me quickly introduce my guest here in the studio. I have Ayodele Victor Aluko, he's Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
And Jide Ojo, as always, is here with us. He's our in-house public affairs analyst.
Good morning, Claire.
Did you
Good
hear
morning,
that?
Nigerians.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm your paid staff.
That means you're not allowed to go anywhere else.
If you are ready to pay me, why not? I'm your paid staff. So.
Today we are grateful to you. We thank both of you for joining.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Let's, as usual, begin with evaluating, the Ekiti governorship election prior to now. I know we've been talking about it. We've been talking about issues, emerging from the primaries up till now. But let me just begin with INEC. What can you tell us about your preparation prior to now?
Thank you. As we have seen from the reports from your staff on the field in Ekiti, everything is going on well. That's a reflection of the good preparations made by INEC. We did all we should do, and we did everything necessary to ensure transparency, credibility, and success of this election. And it's manifesting right on the field right now. You see the queues, you see the turnout of people, you see our officials are there on time. The report from your staff clearly like a testimony to the fact that the beavers equipment was working well. He used the word perfectly, and I'm so glad about that description. And we're happy about it. The commission is happy about it. We will continue to work throughout the day. All voters who turn out to vote will have opportunity to vote, and we are asking them.
Sorry about it.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, can we have a glass of water? Glass of water. Okay.
We're asking them in their thousands to come out and vote. We have 754,000, a little above 754,000 voters who actually collected PVCs in Ekiti.
Sorry, come again.
754,886 actually.
Okay.
Voters who have PVCs in Ekiti State, and we're expecting them to turn out. You know, we should have not less than 90% turnout. That would be good. I mean, with all the preparations, all we have put to this election, it will be good for the voters in Ekiti to actually appreciate all the good work, turn out en masse and vote. And I'm saying it again, just as we have deployed massively this morning to all the units, the voters in Ekiti should also deploy themselves massively to our polling units and vote for the candidate of their choice.
You have used good to qualify, your preparation and your performance so far based on what our correspondent, reported earlier on. But that's just one area, one voting area he is reporting from. So I'm not being pessimistic about what's going to happen. But I'd like you to, let's put them within context. Logistics. Usually we have complaints, we have late arrival of material, ad hoc staff and all that. What did you do right this time around?
I've seen visuals, I've seen pictures from F1 Alaye, I've seen pictures from Adekiti. Your reporter was reporting from Ikogosi. I mean, these are really different parts of the state, and I believe it will be like that all over Ekiti. There are 16 local governments. The state is a small state, and people, you need to move from one place to the other. So we do not really foresee any problem with our logistics. In terms of transportation, we did what was quite good. Remember, a few days ago, our chairman met with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. They gave us the award, and right now I think they are living up to expectation. We did all that was necessary to ensure that we don't have any logistics problems, because the logistics problem comes with the issue of transportation. In terms of producing materials, we produce all the materials. In terms of training staff, recruiting staff, we did that. It's when it comes to moving people from the rack centers to the polling units that, you see, we were having delays before, but this one was tackled. And as you can see, as early as 8:30 a.m., I saw pictures from Adekiti. People were voting. And of course, I saw pictures from F1 Alliance. I saw officials. Some were even moving on foot to the units. And I think this is really good.
Okay, let's get the view of an unbiased observer. Jide Ojo, is it too early to begin to commend INEC on logistic?
Well, it's early because we haven't gotten the kaleidoscopic panoramic view of all of the wards. There are 177 wards, and not even in all 17 local governments. So I think it is the capital. Although, I'm very much aware of the topography and the environment of Ekiti. I was there live on the field in 2018, to observe the election, and I went around the state. If there are itches in this election, Nigerians will not take it lightly with INEC.
Why? Why is that?
Yeah, because INEC has received all the support it should get. Legal framework has been changed to give you better service delivery. Funding is not an issue. You've met with all and from Anambra, November 2021, FCT area council election in February 2022. Each of these elections, INEC does what is called post-mortem audit and learn from their mistakes. So this is a litmus test. This is like a curtain raiser for 2023 election, Claire. So if INEC want to inspire people's confidence in 2023 election, this is the place to start. And so I want to say yes, we are good. We are up to a good start, but it always starts this way in many elections. We always saw this very successful. Oh, INEC is up to a good start, but along the line, you start hearing stories that breaks the heart. And I hope and I pray that this time around, INEC will get on top of the situation in no material particular. All the over 2,445 polling units, I don't see a reason why they cannot all start at 8:30, because the distribution of material even started on Wednesday before it moves to local government on Thursday. The material got to state secretariat, state office of INEC on Wednesday, got to the local government on Thursday. By yesterday, all the wards, 177 wards, and it is believed that by this morning, early this morning, all the over 2,000 polling units will have gotten, and you know, Claire, if you remember, INEC used to start election from 8 to 2. Now they have added 30 minutes by saying election will now start 8:30 to 2:30. So this will be an unforced error if there are issues with logistics, if there are issues with delay in commencement. And I was glad because I also have had prior conversation with Mr. Aluko, where he said even the chairman of the commission had to personally interface with the transport union workers. You know, these people have their own political leanings and they can do and undo. It's not many of those things that we see playing out on election day are not the making of the commission. Because when you mobilize people, you give them advance payment, maybe 50% or 80% as they demand, and they fail to show up on the morning of election, and there is a lockdown. So who is ready to, how do you start looking for replacement for those who have failed due ransom? Who have
this is an issue, you know, that has been recurring.
Exactly.
We've been talking about this. But what can INEC do in this circumstance? INEC cannot provide all the logistics we need. INEC does not have that strength, you know, to do that.
And
so INEC will certainly have to fall back on NURT. So what can INEC do? How can INEC
we have not seen the problem, so let's not with the headache on that. Okay. But I do know that the suggestions have been that maybe INEC will liaise with federal agencies in the states and get their operational vehicles. You know, since it's a weekend and those vehicles are not put to use on weekend, that maybe they can borrow from there. If INEC could say we are only going to make use of you core members as students of federal tertiary institution or university as our ad hoc staff, and we are not going to be using state workers, or we are not going to be using even students from state universities or state tertiary institution, it's well considered that they may also be looking the way of federal agencies that are operating in those states who have operational vehicles. Even military can provide vehicles, police can provide vehicles to commute staff, the election officials and the materials. It will even be safer with those people you get than relying on people who are partisan, who may undermine your process. But like I said, I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying that has been experienced. So we hope it will not be experienced.
Mr. Anko, you've been itching to say something on this.
No, I wanted to say that the issue of relying on federal institutions, the issue is that's a good suggestion. We thought about it too. But how many institutions, how many federal institutions are in each state? You know, how many vehicles will we be able to get from them? Many of them have broken down vehicles. Many of them don't even have budget to repair their vehicles. So it's easier to fall back on the private local owners, and a union like National Union of Road Transport Workers. I think the good thing is that we're discussing with them, even when we move towards the general elections, discussing with them and actually getting their commitment. I think that's the important thing, and expecting them to act patriotically. In Ekiti, we had a meeting with them, the commission met with them, and it was a good meeting. And I'm telling you, with what we are seeing now, and what I'm hearing, I've related with the PRO in Ekiti State, and things are looking good.
All right, Mr. Aduko, let me again put you on hold. My colleague who is in Ekiti, the Sound Studios in Ekiti, Ogo Chukwukaona, is already standing by to give us updates from that end. Ogo, what more information do you have? You can go on with it now.
Yes, very well. Thank you, Claire. Welcome to Adekiti. Yes, indeed, it's decision time, and the campaigns from Palo to Palace is over, according to Mail Gideon, one of his reports. Now it is decision time, and the electorates are on the driver's seat. Welcome to the studio. Right now, we have two guests in the studio. Professor Joy Onyeso, she's the convener, Women's Situation Room, Nigeria. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be here.
All right. And Dr. Olaoluwa Babatunde Oyinloye is the head Conflict, Peace and Strategic Studies at Fair Babalola University here in the States.
Thank you very much for having me here.
All right, we begin with a review of some of those reports we've seen and the discussions from the two gentlemen there. What are your assessments so far?
So far, so good. This morning, I've been able to move around the whole city of Ado-Ekiti, the four major routes in Ado-Ekiti and the polling units in those places, and I can say that INEC has been up to task in this election, and everything is going on peacefully. The people are moving to cast their votes peacefully, and there is no violence whatsoever. And unlike the last election where we had cases of abductions, we've not had such issues right now in the election in Ekiti State, and I think we can give the INEC, so far so good, a pass mark.
All right, and to you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's I would say we opened up to receiving calls from 6:30 a.m. into the observation room, and calls started coming in from 6:30 a.m. and as of 6:30 in some of the voting units, either the security officials were there, but by 7:10 across the 60 polling units we're observing, INEC officials were on ground. And then I want to really, so far so good, I want to commend INEC, especially with the BVS devices. Unlike the last election in Anambra State, this is working. They got their acts together this time around. So most of the BVS working, one or two polling units, we got issues of non-functional device, but so far so good. Then in terms of the setup of, because we're also observing the setup of the polling units and the cubicles, more than half of our observers complained that the cubicles were not accessibility friendly. So colleagues that are living with disabilities will have issues accessing the cubicles. But also in 2 or 3 polling units, our observers reported that INEC officials were moving the cubicles closer to them to actually accommodate that. So it would be nice if attention is paid to where the cubicles are positioned across the polling units. Okay. Then also to commend women's turnout. It's very impressive in these elections. We have nursing mothers, we have pregnant women all on the queue. So we've seen a massive turnout of women voters in this particular election.
Thank you very much for the assessment. So let's take some reports from our reporters in the field. The people of Ekiti State have the chance to elect who governs them over the next 4 years. That is, they are right here on the field having the opportunity to do that. And Charles Alpha is another early bird who have been speaking with prospective voters on the great responsibility of determining the direction of the state.
This is the much talked about Ekiti governorship election. It is upon us. It is here. And just as the sun rises and dovetails into the day with great uncertainty, the people of this state rise this morning knowing the huge responsibilities on their shoulders. And today is not going to be talk as usual. It is going to be all about the power of the tongue. And for the contestants who are contesting in this election today, whoever gets more of these thumbprints on the ballot paper ultimately carries the day.
My duty today is to vote whoever my heart chooses.
May God help for Ekiti State to make this thing to be free and free today. I know because I want to go to be a part of Nigeria to vote for any candidate my choice.
So I'm family to Ekiti State and I'm vote at Ekiti State. So now today is June 18. INEC, Federal INEC office Abuja already allow Ekiti State governorship election today. You can vote. So I'm ready to go and vote now at my polling booth. I'm vote at Ward 8, Iweado Palace area. My unit is a unit 5. So I'm ready to go in there now.
A fẹ́ ṣe ètò ìdìbò sí ipò gómìnà, governor. So èròǹgbà ọkàn mi náà ni pé kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó ṣeé ṣe, kó lọ ní ìrọwọ́rẹsẹ̀. Ẹ tó bá wù wá lọ́kàn tá a fẹ́ kó wà ńbẹ̀. Ọlọ́run bá wa gbé débẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìrọ̀rùn, kó má sí jà, kó má sí wàhálà.
I want to vote whether I want to vote for. That's my duty. As an electorate, I have the right to vote, and my vote counts. I can vote for who I want to vote for. So, what I want is that there will be peaceful, there will be peace, no fight.
The roads are now deserted, and electorates are now moving to the various polling units to ensure they get accredited on time and begin voting for whoever they intend to be the governor of the state. From Ekiti State, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
All right, thank you very much, Charles Alpha there with the situation reports. Okay, one key point there I noticed, power of the thumb is one very vital point he made there. The people are so aware these days. So what are your reactions to that?
Well, for the credibility of any election, it requires the massive participation of the electorate, because elections are the lifeblood of any democracy. And for you to have legitimacy for decision makers, elections have to be inclusive and have the massive population and massive participation of the people. And at the same time, that alone is what's it called? Confer legitimacy on the decision makers who will be elected to pilot the affairs of Ekiti State for the next 4 years. So the participation of people is very good, is very welcome, and even with that inducement, we've not had cases of inducement so far so good, and we hope that will not happen in this particular election. So I think
because yesterday there were so many fears that inducement is going to mar the election, but with all the reports we've seen so far, everything is moving on fine. So that brings us to the point that their votes are going to count, unlike before. So
I want to just piggyback on the issue of inducement. We've gotten a report from an attempted inducement by party agents.
Okay, from your observers?
From observers, the report came in from Ekiti LGA, Ward 11, Unit 13. And the good thing is that the voters resisted. So what our observers on the ground said, the voters resisted, and then the security officials stepped in and took over. So that is good. The key thing here I can see, the spirit is that the citizens are aware, they're enthusiastic, and they know their votes will count. You can just see it, everybody turning up, speaking positively, wanting to cast their votes. And like my brother here said, election is a lifeline of any democracy, and once we can make it work, once once we can have an inclusive participation, then we're on the right path. And that's one of the things we're observing, to see how inclusive, how accountable is this process. Also to bear in mind that Ekiti State is the first state that is going to be conducting an election after the amended Electoral Act. So we are watching to see what will happen. And there is a litmus test for Osho State, yes.
Okay, very good. Let's take this next report. Adeshola Obasa, who just turned 18, expresses joy and eager to be part of the democratic process. Olukemi Sami has been speaking with the voter. Let's get that.
Here is DC 30D in Jagemo Ward, Oye local government area of Ekiti State. Adeshola Obasa is just 18 years. Being our first voting experience, she woke up on a high spirit and left the house at about 7 a.m. in preparatory for casting her ballot. Even when the electoral officers have not really started, they are just arranging their things. And she speaks about how excited to be part of this democratic process. Can you tell us how you do it? I'm so glad. Even when have an experience that what they were thank you very much, studio. We'll keep you updated as the electoral process continue. I am Olukemi Sonny from Oye in Ekiti.
Look at me, thank you very much. All right, before we join Bukola Aduwa, who is going to give us a live feed, let's take a little on this a fresh voter, so eager. So that means enlightenment has been so wonderful on the part of the umpire and of course political parties. Okay, let's join Bukola Aduwa for the live updates. I think she has something very fresh for us. Bukola, it's over to you.
Thank you, studio, and welcome to F1 Alaye in F1 local government area of Ekiti State, the only town that does not carry the suffix Ekiti. In all the other states, all the other towns, when you mention Ikole, you say Ikole Ekiti, Ikogusi Ekiti, but F1 just stands on its own without the suffix Ekiti. And this is Unit 8, Ward 3, Idiagba Motor Park 1, and 304 people are expected to vote in this unit. I have here with me a 93-year-old man who will be sharing his experiences with us over the years and his impression about the electoral process. So that what is your impression? He will be speaking in Yoruba while I interpret later. So that what is your impression? Kini èròǹgbà yín nípa ètò àtàbàtà tí ń dìbò? Kini èròǹgbà yín nípa ètò ìdìbò tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ yìí?
Àtùgbà ayé aláìkọ́ àtọlọ́pàá mo ti dìbò. Ṣùgbọ́n yìí kan jí ọmọ náà mi dùn. Mo dé dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé ó ti bá mi lórí ilẹ̀ ayé. Inú mi dùn sí lágbára Ọlọ́run àti àṣeyọrí.
Kí ni èròǹgbà yín sí àjọ INEC?
À ń ṣe dáadáa ni. Ọlọ́run dá mi lọ sí àtúntò mi ń ṣe.
Okay, what Baba is trying to say is that he has been voting since the days of Pa Awolowo and that he is very, very happy about the electoral process here. Why he commend, INEC for doing a very good job. Also, I will here with me one of the voters who has casted his ballot and is going to share his experience with us.
Orúkọ mi ni Káyọ̀dé Àbàzìgé Ẹ̀fà láàyè wọ́n tiri unit 3 ìgbà tí mo mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ìgbóná ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ kò síjà kò sẹ́ni tì unit 3 unit 8 wọ́n tiri kò síjà kò sí kankan gbogbo ìbò lọ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀lùkù dìbò tiẹ̀ ó ń lọ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wọ́n pọ̀ nígbàlùkù lọ sí ààyè tiẹ̀ so àdúgbò lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba.
What he's also saying is that the process is going on smoothly. There is no tension. There is peace. The turnout is okay, and that everything is going on well. And that's just the situation here. And I hope to give you an update immediately. We get more stories.
Thank you very much, Bukola, with the updates there. And the man who has given us history, he has been voting since he was 18, and now he's here again. All right, but before we continue with some of our reports, she equally mentioned the unity of the people, which is not in doubt, as evident in the naming of the areas, Ikare-Ekiti, Ado-Ekiti, and so on. What are your thoughts on this brotherly contest within 16 brothers?
Well, elections, like I said earlier, the lifeblood of democracies, and they are meant to bring about the settlement of differences. Like you have different people aspiring for the same thing at the same time, even though all of them cannot have it at the same time. So a peaceful way of getting this thing sorted out is through elections. Unlike when you have maybe a military government and you have people coming in with coup via bloodshed, though elections make this process more peaceful. However, elections itself, it's quite conflictual, because we talk about conflict as incompatibility of those interests, that are not mutually achievable at the same time. So they are usually, conflictual. However, the process by which we manage it, which so far so good we've managed in Ekiti State, has seen that we've had peaceful conduct to a very large extent among the participants to the contestants in this election, even though we've had reports of violence here and there, political violence here and there, but largely
that was during the campaigns.
During the campaigns, now that's the pre-election. The election is a process. We have the pre-election period, we have the election period, and the post-electoral period. So the pre-election period, we've had issues of maybe violence one here and there. However,
just pockets of them.
Just pockets of them, very few. So far so good. We have seen an harmonious, process even among the participants in the election. So far so good.
The women's situation in Nigeria, we conducted 2 rapid assessment on violence in the state. One of the assessments was done in March, and the other assessment was done in June. And some of the issues that came out were probability of violence, and we were able to, from the response, we were able to flag off 5 areas we're looking at: Ado-Ekiti, Ikere-Efo, and Idiosa, and Ekiti East and West. And I'm happy to know that so far, no violence, everything is moving on well. The peace accord that was, signed in the state, I want to also think that contributed a lot to the peace we are seeing now, because the tension rose a whole lot, even towards the beginning of the week. And then a lot of people were afraid from the, our observers in the field, some of the citizens we were also interacting with, because we've been on ground for the last 10-14 days, and there was this fear that tension violence was going to break out. But I want to really commend the stakeholders in the state, where they thought it very necessary to sign a peace accord, and we're seeing up to now that they're keeping to that. And I pray that they all keep to that till the end of the day, right? Because we do know that elections are usually conflict triggers, but when the process is transparent, inclusive, and accountable, it douses the tension. So far so good, and we hope for the best outcome today.
Okay, let's take another. You have something to add?
Yes, if I may add to what Prof has just said. Elections are conflictual. Conflict itself are not a bad thing. In fact, we encourage conflict because they bring about so much mechanisms of change.
But it shouldn't lead to violence.
It should not lead to violence. And when we talk about that concept of violence in elections, it is deeper than physical violence. We are not seeing physical violence, but what about psychological violence? What about structural violence? Now, we just heard the report that some people were trying to, with disability, are trying to vote, and they are having issues voting. It's a form of structural violence. What is being done? We heard INEC is solving that right now. Well, that's very good. Kudos to INEC. However, when we talk about violence, we should look beyond physical violence and look at other harms of violence: structural violence, psychological violence. Are they playing out in this election? So far so good. We've not seen that to a large extent. We're also very grateful for that. So thank you.
Let me just piggyback on that. Because it's an interesting field. One of the key things we focus on is violence, and we saw different types of violence playing out in Ekiti. The sexual violence, the financial violence, the physical violence. All of these have been in play. The financial violence, we know that Nigerian politics is highly monetized, and that creates a system of exclusion. And you're very right, structural violence is not readily visible, and attention is not, yes. So it takes a lot of sensitization. But I also want to commend INEC, because during the stakeholders meeting that was held, both in the state and in Abuja, a lot of the vulnerable communities were involved to say, what can we do to make the forthcoming Ekiti election, Osho election, and the general election more accessible and all of that. This is a Ekiti election for this year has been there's a huge improvement to the last one, because we're in Ekiti the last election. So this is a huge improvement, but more can still be done in terms of making sure that it's very inclusive.
All right, let's dwell a little on financial violence. What should be your suggestion? How can this be put to an end?
It's a very long process. Because when everything is corrupt, it creates all these pockets of violence that we see, especially financial violence. It starts from even within the political parties, because we know that the political parties are the main vehicles for candidates, for aspirants to express their desire to run for office. So when the party system is not inclusive enough, when the party system is heavily monetized as to who emerges the flag bearer of a state, it is not simple as saying majority wins the vote. There's a lot of financial inducement, and we start looking at who has the financial muscle within the state, within the political parties. A lot of women are being enfranchised in that respect. We now look at even the leadership of the party, because power has several levels. You have power that comes with financial inducement, and so when within the political party system, there's a lot of gap, there's a lot of internal violence and exclusion. It manifests externally, and this is what we see. So when you look at the 16 political parties that are fielding candidates in these current elections, we have 14 male candidates and we have 2 female candidates, and we say why? Heavy monetization. So it's not just about being popular, and it's not just about being popular, because popularity alone doesn't win the votes in Nigeria, and that's what we're trying to change, to make sure that Nigerian politics is not heavily monetized. INEC also have that responsibility as an umpire to also monitor the expenditure of political parties, and that's where we're asking them, do the needful. We already know what political parties should not be spending above. Can we do that? And can EFCC also track and also bring to book the corporates who are going above the recommended expenditures?
Thank you very much, Professor Joy. I understand Claire in Abuja wants to get across to us. She has some questions for the guests, Professor Joy and Dr. Olaoluwa. Claire.
Ogo, thank you. Thank you. Indeed, I have just 1 or 2 questions. First to Professor Joy. So, Prof, good to see you. It's been a while. First and foremost, a member of IAGA talked about imbalance in the distribution of voters in the new polling units just created. What do you have to say to that? That's one. And secondly, I'd like you to talk on, you've just talked about the participation of women. We have more women in this election. We're given 51% of women, coming out to vote, but we have just 2 women, 1 governorship candidate and 1 deputy candidate. Does that reflect the agitations of women for inclusiveness?
Yeah, I'll just start off from the last question, and that's just what we were talking about. The heavy monetization of the political process, especially within the parties, because it starts from the party. How many women can really afford the heavy, funds that are required to even win the seats, emerge the flag bearer within the parties? It's very difficult. And during one of the stakeholders meeting we had with the with the various political parties, the issue comes up like, the INEC doesn't give us fund to run the parties again, so it's fund from membership that is used for the administration of the party. So you see why he who pays the piper, detects the tune. And so when you cannot pay the piper, it becomes very impossible for you to detect the tune. And I want to look at it from a very holistic perspective. Economic empowerment, political empowerment are very interrelated, and this is what we need to look at. If we want to really ensure that women are empowered politically, we need to talk about an integrated approach. How can we ensure that there's financial inclusion? How can we ensure that women are financially empowered? How can we look at other sectors of the society to make sure that women are taking their rightful position, having more than an enabling environment for women to participate? Now, in terms of the voters registration and the collection of PVC, I must say a very big kudos to the women of Ekiti State, because they've really done us proud in that regard. We have 71% of the registered 1% of the women who have collected the PVCs, and that's why we are seeing a large turnout of women across the different polling units. But that doesn't reflect in the candidatures across the political parties for the reasons we've earlier mentioned. Then also in terms of the imbalance in the polling units, which we're seeing right now, I really go with Yaga in saying that will present serious issues for administration, because when you have large numbers in a particular polling unit, that we know how logistically INEC is really grappling. If you look at the Ekiti State election, for the first time we don't have jackets, we don't have face caps, and this is due to lack of funds. So you can imagine how it's going to affect other administrative capacities of INEC when you really have imbalance within the polling units, having the numbers that can adequately be managed. Like this has to be spread evenly across the polling units. So I like I said earlier on, this is the first election that is happening after the updated or amended Electoral Act, and there are going to be a lot of lessons learned, and we're going to really look at how to close the gaps for the next election and the general elections.
Just before I hand over to my colleague Ogochukwuka, you talked about cost of forms for women, but is it really all about cost of forms? What about structures? The women need to have structures. The women need to understand the dynamics of electoral law. We have a new electoral law. Do the women aspirants or even candidates know what is expected of them? Convince even supporters at the primary level, because you must have to scale, get elected at the primaries to even become a candidate.
It's beyond the cost of forms. So when we just look at the cost of forms, I say it's not treating the symptoms. We're just treating the symptoms and not addressing the root cause. The cost of forms is on a different level. Before we get to the cost of forms, what actually is happening within the political parties? Yes, you're talking about structures. When you have a heavily monetized political process, it becomes very expensive to build structures. Women are aware. The women have the capacity, but the funding required to do this. When I talked initially about corruption, where people expect money, and I'm happy that that shift is gradually happening. We're seeing that awareness across Nigeria, and if you see what's happening in the political climate leading up to 2023, there's this shift, and I see the youth taking the lead in that respect. It's important that we realize that it's not just the form. Some parties will say we give the form for free, and yet when the time comes, they ask the woman to step down. Why? Because she didn't pay for the form. So it's beyond even the cost of the form, to the structures, and to have the structures within the political party give right structure at the different community levels. The women are aware, the women have the capacity, but it's the financial muscle. And that's why I said much earlier that there has to be an integration between economic empowerment and political empowerment. If you're not economically empowered as a woman, it's difficult for you to run for a political office.
Thank you. Ona, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bear. You have really educated us more. All right, let's take this report from Ekole and Ekiti East local government area. Ayodeji Gunshaki, who is covering that the election in that area, is telling us that electoral officials and voters arrived early for the exercise, as we've all been saying in the past reports. Let's take that.
It's election day, and obviously the people of Ekiti State are ready to exercise their civic responsibility to elect the candidate of their choice who will occupy the popular Ukiayoba, the seat of power in Ekiti State, for another 4 years. Presently, the officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) are already on ground, making proper arrangements to ensure smooth conduct of the exercise. As early as 8 o'clock in the morning, electoral officials arrived at the various polling units in readiness for the exercise. The atmosphere is calm, and the presence of security agents are noticeable, while party agents and equally observers were equally on ground. The presence of security agents, observers and party agents are noticeable. That's the situation from here. Back to you in the studio.
All right. At this point, we would like to let Professor Joy take a leave so she can go monitor more, but she'll be giving us updates, and maybe she'll come back to us. But what should be your parting word at this time before you leave?
Yeah, my parting word is, if you're watching and you're not yet out to vote, please do go and vote. And to the political party agents, please stop trying to induce voters with money. The electors are more aware, and they're determined to make their votes count. Peace is in our hands, really. If we want peace in Ekiti State, we have to conduct ourselves in a peaceful manner. So cast your vote peacefully. If you want to wait and observe the collation, please do that, and do so peacefully. Violence doesn't solve anything.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll expect you later.
Yes, I'll be back much later.
Okay, but at this point, let's join Kola Debobuyi, who is at INEC, for a situation report.
Thank you, studio. The atmosphere at the state headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Ekiti this morning is that calm, as security operatives were strategically positioned to forestall breakdown of law and order at the state headquarters of the INEC in Ekiti. We keep posted about the situation, but this morning, that's just what is happening at the state INEC in Ekiti.
Yes.
Okay.
Kola Debobuyi there, and back to back, Olubukola Aduwo is still in the capital, Ado-Ekiti, and is reporting of enthusiastic voters who came out as early as 7 a.m. to cast their votes.
Thank you, studio. I am at INEC in Irekodun, Ifelodun local government area of Ekiti State. This is Unit 14, Ward B, Obaile, and preparations for the commencement of the governorship election, in this unit is evident, as electoral officers, materials needed for the election, security officials, and even eligible voters are all on ground to perform their specific assignment. A total of 284 eligible voters are expected to vote at this unit.
We are all ready to vote. Now, all our people has been ready to vote, no problem.
By the grace of God, everything will be in order. Only advice we can give to the INEC, just control their electoral officers to do the needful, arrange the place to be well properly arranged.
This is the situation here, and I will definitely give you an update as the election commences. It's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Bukola. Doctor, let's look at the people who have collected their PVCs. 988,923 registered voters, and 749,665 collected their PVCs. Why do people refuse to do that?
Well, a lot of reasons could have been responsible for people not being able to pick up their PVCs. However, with the figure we have, I think we have a substantial number of people who have collected the PVCs, and more importantly, we also hope that this number will also translate into votes, coming out to votes, because it's a different thing when you go register for PVC, you collect it, and maybe you keep it as an instrument of official identification, rather than using it for voting. So let's look at the election, the results, and compare the number of voters to the number of PVCs collected. Let us see that effect. Because some people may not even be within the state right now, and we may not have collected their PVCs. And also, the collection of PVCs was suspended for Ekiti State at a point in time because registration and collection was suspended close to the election, unlike other states where you have the continuous voter registration ongoing.
Okay, it's because of the process.
I think so. I think so. I think they have also influenced, but that figure we have, I think, is also quite so good.
It's manageable.
Yes.
Compared to the last election in 2018, registered voters 909 and 909,585, while 73% of them collected, and 45% turned out to vote. That was a huge gap. Okay, we still have one other report on the field there. Ikare Ekiti. The people who decide their fate today have produced 3 deputy governors in the past and having 2 of their own contesting in today's election. That's very interesting. Kehinde Durodola has that report.
This is Ikere Ekiti, the second largest town in Ekiti State after Ado Ekiti, the state capital. This town had produced 3 deputy governors. Currently, one of their sons is contesting as a governorship candidate, while the other one is a running mate in this election. With me is Mr. Adebayo. Mr. Adebayo, how prepared are Ikere people for this election?
This one our people are people now. If it happen fair, people will not be coming out and yeah, one of their sons is competing for governorship, for the compulsory aspirant. Another one is coming me to one of the Abuja. So the company not pay. The very rich need to put their entry and also participate fully. You are working to looking around now. People are coming out, both and fully. Both schools, where they get people coming out tomorrow. Ikere is having interest in the election, and I pray that God will Almighty God will give us best candidate and give the government so cool.
Thank you, Mr. Sunday. As I've heard from him, Ikere people are fully ready to participate in today's election. Here in Ikere, we have 125 polling units. Time to tell what will be their slot this time out. To studio.
Okay, we can now see live fields there. Voting has commenced very, very well in the states, and for now there is no reports of violence at all, and minor like what the professor mentioned about the little inducement, and of course the physically challenged who couldn't gain access to their booth. Okay, so what are you envisaging into this exercise?
In today's exercise, I think largely the elections will be free and fair, and the contest is a 3-horse contest between the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress, the Social Democratic Party, and the People's Democratic Party. And so far, so good. With the people being allowed to give their, to vote according to their own choices and dictates, I think we will have no cause to worry in this concerning this election today in Ekiti State.
Okay, so talking about Kehinde's report now, 3 deputy governors in the past in a place in Ikere.
The Nigerian political landscape, it has the potential, to be divided across several fault lines. One of them is ethnicity, religion, and other interests that influences elections amidst widespread poverty. So in Ikere Ekiti, we have people from three people contesting this election on ballot from Ikere Ekiti. And let's not forget that Ikere itself has issues of ethnic divisions. Even among the town of Ikere, you have some people who are with the Olu Ikere, who are with the Kuga of Ikere, and so on and so forth. I still see that playing a big role in this election.
Charles Alpha.
So I still see that playing a big role in this election. So that's for Ikere local government.
Okay, I understand that Charles Alpha is standing by with the reports. Okay, all right, that's not ready. When he's ready, we'll get to him. So we have a report from Itakwa Osin in Oye local government area. Olukemi Sami is there, and she reports that the people are orderly and having written their names, they are waiting patiently to cast their ballots.
Here is Itakwa Osin, Oye local government area of Ekiti State. People are waiting patiently at the police station in preparatory to the election. By the time officials arrive, voters are organizing themselves, signing up to a list of names in order of arrival, and handing out numbered slips of papers to ensure there will be no rush when the accreditation starts. I have here with me Ojo Olubenga, who is eager to cast his ballot. Can you tell us how prepared are you?
Fully, I am highly prepared for this election for voting at unit 016 Lukula Iloro Police Unit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olubenga. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, a reporter there from that situation reports. And we hear Ikogosi is where the APC candidate is voting, and the live feed we had earlier was from that area. I think it was the candidate was just getting set to exercise, to vote for himself, so to speak. All right, we were talking about the people of the deputy governorship candidates having produced Ikare in a place. You were talking about unity.
Yes, unity. Now, like I said, the Nigerian political space has the capacity to be divided along several fault lines. We have the ethnic divisions, we have religious divisions, and we have, other considerations. There could be economic, amidst widespread poverty and unemployment in the nation. I think all these factors will play a big role in the elections in Ikere, Ekiti, and depending on the supporters, what they are aligned to, what influences them, and supporting the candidates, you definitely have to pick one of these fault lines. You're supporting because of it's close to me, or I believe in this, or religious factors. So this will play a big role in what will happen in Ikere today. However, I still expect elections there to be peaceful, relatively peaceful.
Okay, so are you expecting any other kind of situation relating to Ikere in other parts of the state?
Definitely, what I'm expecting right now from my assessment of this election so far, so good, the process, we're expecting the election to be generally peaceful. It could be little incidents or pockets of violence or malpractices here and there, but generally we're expecting this election to be peaceful, given the fact that even INEC itself started commenced this process on time, unlike the previous elections. We've not had issues of delay of electoral materials. We've had that report so far so good from the field.
Okay, I think that's a live feed from one of the zone reporters. We really can't pick who that is. We really can't pick. Is it candidate? SDP candidate. Okay, let's get live audio. Let's get live audio from the feed.
Bring your hand down, please come back.
please, so yeah, leave that place. Please, everybody. Please, smoke over. Leave that. Totally. Leave that place. Totally. Come back now. Totally. Please. Come back now, bro. Please. The man is anything. Please, my brother. Come back now. Sorry, please. Okay. See now your phone there. Just I beg now. I beg you. I beg. Mr. Ba. Move your head. Mike, wọ́n ní dúró bí ọ̀hún yẹn ní jẹ́
Let's move back.
Wait, just move back. Move back.
On your mic. He's on now.
Bro, just I'll go to my father. Wait.
No, let him sit down now.
Hello, microphone.
Oh, it's okay.
They have been able to
Several
maintain
Midday, you have voted, and is that someone else? Okay, Shagoni has voted, and the cameramen and reporters there were trying to get this interview. As soon as we get that, we'll get it to you. Shagoni was the governor of the state from 29th May 2007 to 15th October 2010 under the PDP and now SDP.
Yes.
And you've been following the trend.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, he was governor during the period mentioned, and it was widely acclaimed that his tenure was one of the prosperous tenures for INEC State. But so far so good. He has moved from different parties. He moved from PDP to APC, back to PDP, and now HDP. But from what we have been able to gather,
Okay.
From what we've been able to gather, so far so good. Like we've seen, like what we've been saying in the studio, the election has been largely peaceful.
He has just voted in a very peaceful atmosphere.
And no threats of violence or actual violence taking place. Okay. So, and
all right, we're expecting reports from the DIG, the security agencies, but let's dwell a little on the deployment of security. Police, 17,374 personnel, NSCDC, 9,749, and of course we saw journalists there, journalists accredited 583 for the election, and from 91 media organizations.
So there must be an alternative. There must be a way out.
Have you seen any case of vote buying, for instance?
Well, you are here. Have you witnessed anyone? There is no buyer, so there cannot be.
So I understand you're very optimistic that this will turn out in your own favor. But what if the clock turns the other way around?
For God's sake, I said it's God that anoints the king. It's God that appoints the king. So whatever happens, despite the fact that I'm very optimistic, whatever happens that is the way God wants it, and I will expect everybody, all the contestants, to take it that way. There's only one slot and there's only one person that will win. But we have worked very hard because the people are waiting for the government of PDP to come back again. So the optimism is there. Yeah, my pleasure.
Sir, please don't be offended. I know you are tired.
All right, the PDP candidate is expressing optimism. He has just commended the process. That's just what we witnessed at the the polling unit at the DP candidate just voted. All right, we're talking about deployment of security. Was it in anticipation?
Yes, the deployment of security has a dual effect. One is it could be viewed as in anticipation of guaranteeing maybe if some violence will happen, and then to forestall as a proactive measure, to forestall the breakdown of law and order, and during the election, it will also be viewed as a tool to suppress voters or to scare people away from voting. However,
but that's not the point.
Yes, but however, I'm coming. However, the conduct, the security agencies or officers of the officers will determine which perspective the people view it. However, so far so good. The conduct
I cannot assess the totality of election from just coming to the polling unit and voting. I have performed civic responsibility, but I see it was orderly.
You would have gotten situation reports from other corridors across the state. Now, what are figures like from your agents across the state on the conduct?
One of the things that are worrisome is the fact that they allege that vote buying was taking place in some locations in Ado and in some locations in Oye. We have captured that. I hope the law enforcement agencies will move in and check.
Vote buying by which party?
I'm not going to say anything. Vote buying is taking place in Ado, in some locations, in Oye, in some locations.
Ní Yorùbá sà, pẹ̀lú bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wàá dìbò yìí dẹ̀ ti dìbò yìí, bóò ni gbogbo ètò ṣe lọ pẹ̀lú òye tìyẹn.
Mi ò lè sọ bí gbogbo ètò ṣe ń lọ láti ẹyọ ibì kan tí mo ti dìbò. Mo ti lọ dìbò mi, ṣùgbọ́n kò sí ìjọ̀gbọ̀n, kò sí dàrúdàpọ̀ níbi tí mo ti dìbò. Ṣùgbọ́n à ń gbọ́ wípé títà àti rírà ìbò ó ń lọ ní Àdó, wọ́n ti sọ àwọn kan fún wa. Ní Ọ̀yẹ́ wọ́n sọ àwọn ibì kan fún wa tí àwọn èèyàn ti ń ṣe títà àti rírà ìbò. A fẹ́ sọ fún àwọn agbófinró wípé iṣẹ́ wọn ni, torí títà àti rírà ìbò òfin ní ẹnikẹ́ni ò gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe.
Àwọn kan ní ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú yín Social Democratic Party ní òkè lọ́hùn, wọ́n sọ wípé yìí gangan kọ́ ló yẹ kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ àṣà ẹni tí ó gbégbá àṣà ní Èkìtì State níbí báyìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn kan náà sì ti ń sọ kiri pé tí ẹ̀ ṣe mọ́ gan pẹ́ ti ní tí ẹ̀ ti fílẹ̀ pẹ́ sí ni.
Ìdí àwọn tó bá ní mo ní mi ò ṣe mọ́, ẹṣin tó bá wà wájú kọ́ ló máa ń ju ọwọ́ lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ẹṣin tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn yìí. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé orí ń ta wọ́n, wọ́n mọ̀ pé iwájú níwájú la wà. Tó bá wà wájú náà ń parọ́ mọ́, ẹ ti rí kán parọ́ mọ́ oníbàárà wípé oníbàárà yẹn sọ báyìí, èèyàn gidi náà máa parọ́ mọ́, torí náà mi ò láì kí nǹkan tó.
Needed granting interviews to reporters. All right, I don't know, Claire. I don't know if your guests have anything to say about that. Okay, we have a live feed coming up again from another area. Can we get that?
Some of our stories will be ready.
I think you be talking with the mic.
But they have come to me now. Okay. Well, right now the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Biodun Abayomi Oyebanji, is now at the poll. Do not talk about it.
That what you're watching now is the live feed, and I think that is the APC candidate, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, about to cast vote. Of course, it's been attended to by the INEC officials. The beavers, of course, is being used to take his do his accreditation, and correspondent, of course, Kunle Adeye is on ground. We expect to hear more commentaries from him. You see that there is Kunle trying to get us more information on what is going on, but we see this deployment of security personnel, members of the police force, the crowd. You see again earlier on, one of our correspondents talked about the need for crowd control. I think this is a good example of what that vote is talking about. The need for INEC to manage, train its staff on how to control the crowd. That's the view, what we're seeing at the moment. Kunle Adeye will be giving us more details because he's on ground from that venue. All right, this is the area view of Biodun Yebanji. That's the APC candidates for the 2022 Ekiti governorship election, about to get his accreditation done. Okay, he's not casting his vote. He's getting his details certified by the INEC staff. There he goes, and he's about to proceed to the ballot box, to the cubicle, and he's heading towards the cubicle where he will, of course, be excused by the crowd. Cameramen are not supposed to get details of that, but you see, news hunters, they won't want to let go of anything, but again, INEC is watching as the APC governorship candidates top prints, and in a few moments that will be done. And of course, earlier on you saw the candidate of the SDP, former governor, Chief Shaguni, who also did the official normal thing to do, got his accreditation done, and of course cast his vote. For now, what you're watching is the APC governorship candidate. We're all right. We're having a clear up. Man.
Your experience so far to this process?
Well, the process is seamless. I've just cast my vote, and everything went very well. I must commend INEC for the improvement on their last outing. It went very well.
The accreditation process,
everything went very well.
Then have you heard of any negative reports across the state with regards to maybe people trying to overturn the process?
No, not at all.
Are there room for improvement in the electoral?
Definitely, in every process there will be room for improvement. But this is an improvement upon their last outing. So I hope that they will keep improving on this. And I hope that it's like this across the state. This is just a word or a unit.
From your house here, what do you say about how the turnout of voters?
Massive.
Look at the camera. Security arrangements.
Well,
so far so good in this world. Security is okay, and I hope that it's like that across the state.
What do
you expect? I expect to be victorious.
Now, what feedback have you been hearing across the state?
It's too early. Are we done with English?
We are done.
Láti pàtẹ ti jáde wá dìbò. Àwọn èèyàn jáde dáadáa. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn sí wọn. And àwọn àjọ elétò ìdìbò. Inú mi dùn bó ṣe ń ṣe iṣẹ́ wọn. Ẹ̀rọ wọn ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa. Mo dẹ̀ rò pé bó ṣe rí káàkiri gbogbo Èkìtì lélẹ̀. Thank you. God bless you. It's too early to comment on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry? Well, I expect total compliance with the electoral process and the constitution as regards to free and fair election. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ pọ́n jáde tán dìbò fún ẹgbẹ́ wa. Mo dẹ̀ bọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n wípé ká má jà, ká má bára wọn jà. Well, níbí ètò ààbò dáa bẹ́ẹ̀ mo lérò wípé bó ṣe máa rí káàkiri gbogbo Èkìtì ni ẹ.
Sir, what would you say about your candidate in the case in court?
I'm not aware of any case in court.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, there you have the APC governorship candidate for this election, Abiodun Oyebanji, who has just cast his ballot. He is, of course, hoping to break the jinx that is associated with the Ekiti election. All right, let's take more reports from our correspondents in Ekiti.
Thank you very much, Claire. On security, like you rightly said, trying to break the chains. Adobojo Jegba reports that top security chiefs from sister agencies are at the State Police Command in Ado-Ekiti to assess security measures put in place, contain any breaches that may arise, even as men and officers of the Police Command are at high alert.
Activities are currently at high pitch here at the State Police Command in Ado-Ekiti, with members of sister security agencies meeting to appraise and strategize for any eventuality. The Deputy Inspector General of Police, Johnson Kokumo, and his senior police officers were already in the police headquarters as early as 6 a.m. to handle security matters that may unfold.
Okay, reports also reaching us says the state governor, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, has equally voted. Let's join Olukemi Sami.
How are you? Are you ready? Yes. Okay. This one. Very good. Officer, supposed to be a secret ballot. Leave me alone and let me exercise my It's early days. I came in to vote early, and I don't want to pass final judgment on my assessment so far. But going by my own personal experience at the polling unit, at my polling unit, the Electoral it's a pretty smooth exercise. People are calm. They are all queued up to vote. The officers were dutiful, and the leavers worked. Verification and accreditation exercise. So if everything goes this way, INEC would have been given a pass mark at the end of the day. But as I said, it is very early days. We cannot pass a judgment yet on what INEC has done.
Absolutely, but this is the first election that INEC will be conducting after the passage of the new electoral law. Has anything changed that you've seen so far?
Well, my PVC was still recognized, and this is the PVC I've been using since the very beginning of this process. One thing that has changed here is that and I think this will save us time. You know, we used to come first to do accreditation between 8 and 12 noon for everybody to do their accreditation, and then you go back and come back to vote. That process is now seamless. Accreditation is done simultaneously with voting, and I think that will save us time. It will probably increase turnout as well, because the period spent by each voter has reduced if beavers work.
Okay, the state governor there, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Let's take our closing shots for now before my colleague Fisayo Dunfoyi comes up and will rejoin Abuja after now. Olaoluwa Oyinloye, Head Conflict, Peace and Strategic Studies at Fair Babalola University. Let's get your thoughts at this point, having seen all that has been going on.
Well, at this point, with all we've seen and all we've heard from the field, I think this still corroborates our assertion in the studio so far so good that the election has been peaceful thus far, and we hope that this momentum will be kept on, especially by all the stakeholders, the voters, the security agencies, and the INEC officials. So we will be looking forward after now to see what we'll get again from the Fed.
Thank you very much. It's been nice having you in the studio. We'll now return to the Abuja Ekiti Decide studio in Abuja. Claire, is over to you.
Thank you, Gachukwika Ona. Thank you very much, and welcome back to Abuja Ekiti Decide studio. I have still here with me Jide Ojo, our in-house public affairs analyst, and Mr. Ayodele Victor Luko, who is the Director of Voter Education Publicity. I'll start with you. So far, you've seen some of the frontline, contenders or candidates, if you may, in this election. You've heard their comment after casting the ballots, and how does that make you feel?
Well, I feel good. I feel great. It's a reflection of the improvements. What we have done is manifesting itself well on the field. I need to talk about what the Yaga official mentioned earlier about a few polling units where you have more than 1,000 persons. He talked about a place where you have about 3,000 persons. Actually, it's not a problem for us because the issue of balancing of voters within the new units we created is a nationwide issue, and it's progressing as expected. The commission will definitely finish all that before the general elections. In Ekiti, those few places, what we do is that any polling unit where you have more than 750 voters, we deploy additional reverse machines. That is, we deploy additional reverse machines to hasten the process of accreditation and voting. And we have not had any stories of any place where accreditation is slow or voting is slow. So I think it's okay. Any place where we have more than 750 voters, we deploy additional reverse equipment.
Okay, so INEC is much aware about
yes, part of our plan,
and work is in progress.
Yes, work is in progress.
Okay.
There's no problem at all.
Okay, so it's not as if it's a flaw or anomaly. Jude, so far the deployment of the beavers, the almighty beavers, it's are you pleased with the effectiveness of its use so far?
Yeah, we've not seen any untoward incidents about the use of beavers. You know, the usual suspect, as we say in civil society, is logistics nightmare. That's the late opening of polls. And from Young Africa, we had it on good authority that 75% of polling units, open at 7:30, which is 1 hour ahead of the time of commencement of voting. And which means almost all the polling units is expected to have opened before 8:30. Of course, Ekiti is not one of the states with difficult terrains. No riverine area, no hilly or mountainous area that will pose a serious challenge. Then, issue of beavers, that's number 2 suspect about people being unable to get accredited by beavers. That's Bermuda Voter Accreditation System device. Know full well, clear, that INEC has said bye-bye to incident form. Yeah. So, if beavers does not work, it gives the commission headache. Because you don't want to disenfranchise people who have come out, and you have already told people that there won't be incident form. So, if beavers malfunctions, it becomes a minus on the integrity and transparency of the Electoral Commission. But so far, at least all the people we've seen have commended the INEC that there were no issues as to. And the advantage beavers has over smart card reader we were using up until last year was that smart card reader only reads your fingerprint. Beavers is an advanced technology. It reads your iris, it reads your fingerprint. There is a QR code that can also read. They can also use your surname to call up your registration details, and there are about 5 different ways by which you can confirm the identity of a potential voter using beavers, which is, like I said, an advanced technology over smart card reader. So it is expected that nobody will be disenfranchised on account of this cannot read your fingerprint. If it can't read your fingerprint, it can read your iris, that's your face. If it can't read that, there's a QR code that can be swiped on your smart card, on your PVC, that will enable the accreditation to progress, or even using your surname to call up. And unlike smart card reader, these beavers contain details of all registrants that are supposed to vote in that unit on the device. So it's not like we didn't know that this person is supposed to vote here. And one other challenge that I was initially envisaging, which has not cropped up, is the idea of people
will not.
Hopefully will not. It's for people saying that they were turned away, that they couldn't find their polling unit. I had that fear initially because of the creation of additional polling units in June last year, as well as the CVR, which had happened in Ekiti ahead of this election. So, but at least from all the reports we have received, nobody has said, see me here, I came here, I wanted to vote, but they said my name is not in this unit. So far, so good on the part of INEC. We hope they sustain this level of professionalism and efficiency throughout the day.
Indeed, thank you. We certainly keep our fingers crossed. We'll be looking at the impact of the new electoral law on the Ekiti election, being the first governorship election to be conducted since it was signed into law. But first, I'd like to bring in my colleague Charles Alpha. He's waiting with the witness to give us an update from Ward 13, Unit 001 in Ado Ekiti.
Okay, Studio, just about a while ago, while the people were on the queue waiting for their turn to cast the ballot peacefully, some group of persons walked in and wanted to initiate a process of vote buying. And it is in that process that those who are on the queue calmly, vehemently resisted the process, and then fight ensued here. But I have one of the electorate who will be telling us what he saw here. It is good to have you with us here.
Yes.
Please, can you tell us what happened here a while ago?
Actually, we're having some issues with some two set of group. I don't know them, but some set of group are trying actually to prevent people who are voting that others will not see them. Then some set of group want it to be open so that everybody that vote will see. So that is the problem we're still having on ground. But it's not. It's like the thing that is settled down. Then the INEC officers, they are late. They are just coming. Some people are already voting, but we are just here now. We are still talking it out with them. So they are late already.
Us as security operatives have all, come to this venue, and they are trying to restore normalcy in this place.
Thank you, Charles, our correspondent, giving us an update of an eyewitness at Ward 13, Unit 001 in Ado. Again, that falls within your jurisdiction. First, he says INEC officials are just coming in, and then we had the issue of some form of disruption of the process.
But he also said that it was settled already. He also said it was settled already. So if it was settled, it was settled. Well, okay, the important thing is any problem that arises should be settled so that people can continue to vote. I think the important thing is if there's any issue, let that issue be settled. Whether it will be settled by the people there themselves or there will be an outside intervention from INEC or the security agencies. Mm-hmm. So the man said the problem had been settled, the voting had commenced. He was really talking about the events that led to the settlement.
Okay. All right. So let's, Judy, let's speak about the Electoral Act 2022, which of course will be, deployed here in Ekiti and all that. What difference will that make? What value will it add to this election?
A lot of values. A lot of values in the sense that this election is an open contest of 16 people, 16 candidates, and there is element of surprise in this election. Nobody can say with certainty who is going to win. From what I've read, so what I'm saying invariably is that can influence what goes on. First, with persons with disabilities. The law has changed from Section 56 of the Electoral 2010, which says INEC may provide assistive devices to community of persons with disability. The word was may provide, and that was what we used for like 23 years in this Fourth Republic. But on Friday, 25th February 2022, all of that changed because the word may has now been changed to shall provide. So if there is a person with albinism and the person is not provided with magnifying glass, it becomes an issue. If there is a blind voter who can use Braille guide and that Braille guide is not provided, it becomes an issue. Because the word is shall provide, not may provide. And it's not toying with English. So, of course, I must commend INEC that even before this law came to be, INEC has established a committee called Outreach Committee, Electoral Outreach Committee, which has been liaising with JONAPID and all the OPDs. The OPDs are what we call Organization of Persons with Disabilities, and they have done polling units audit, to find out where do you have persons with disabilities, in which polling units are they located, and what kind of assistive devices would they need. And it is believed that INEC will have factored that into the electoral process. That's one. Two is issue of how do you determine overvoting. Under the last electoral 2020, electoral 2010, overvoting, clear, is determined by the number of registered voters in terms of determining whether there is. So if there is, let me give you an instance. If there is a 550 registered voters and there are only 150 accredited voters, you and at the end of the day, you now have 450 people voted. You know, 150 was accredited, 450 allegedly voted, but the total registered number of voters is 550. You will allow it to go because the number is not over and above the number of registered voters. But now the rules have changed. It now says that overvoting will be determined by the number of accredited voters. So it does not matter how many people are registered, it is the number who are accredited. So if out of 100, 30 were accredited, at the end of the exercise you now count 35 votes. That's overvoting, and that means 0 vote for that polling unit. That's number 2. Number 3, which is more important, is issue arising from dispute over, making call, making declaration under duress. Under the electoral 2010, whatever the returning officer declares can only be overturned by the courts. Not even INEC chairman, not even the REC, not even any national commissioner can say, oh, you know what you did was wrong. It's the court. But now, arising from the electoral 2022, the commission has within 7 days of the declaration of that result to review it. It's not all results. People should not get me wrong. We are saying disputed result. So if somebody claims, oh, somebody put gun on my head and said, declare clear I'm winner of this election, and in your heart of hearts and procedurally clear, maybe that election is supposed to be inconclusive or you did not win, but somebody used pressure, you made that declaration under duress. The commission, having received the report that this result was declared under duress, can sit down and review the outcome of that result within 7 days. Now, these 3 instances I've given tells you that it's not business as usual. The situation may not well arise, but in the event that they arise, the law has now changed. The dynamics of the law has changed. I don't want to go into post-election dispute resolution, which there have also been some changes in terms of who can even challenge the outcome of an election, or which court can you approach to seek redress and all of that. Because for pre-election litigation, for instance, if there is a pre-election issue, unlike before that you can go to state high court to challenge that, during the primary I won and you didn't win. No, it's now federal high court you can go. So nobody can go to court of coordinate jurisdiction and say that you are going to Kotangora state high court and get an injunction, and somebody come to federal high court Abuja and get another injunction, and then the commission will be at conflict. Which one do we obey? Now it's a federal high court that has to. So, but that is pre-election litigation. You had somebody asking the APC candidate, what about the petition, the case in court? He said he's not aware of any case in court. But let me land on this thought. I think the only suspect, the only worrisome development, which the SDP candidate flagged, which also Charles, your reporter, flagged in his report, is the issue of Dibonsebe, which you raised earlier on, which is the stay and buy culture. And INEC is helpless in this. It is not the commission that should chase after people who are involved. That's why you have deployment of security agents. In fact, earlier report we said the NCDC said they were deploying at least 2 of their staff to all the polling units, and police with 17,000 deployments to also be vigilant. I have said the way to curb this thing is through sting operation. You don't wear uniform and think that people will be sharing money in your presence.
Exactly.
You need to do it as a sting operation. That's why DSS, even EFCC officials that will be there, should not be wearing jackets and making themselves visible. If you go, you just pretend like you are a voter. And then you say, okay, how much is your own? Then you happen them. That is the worst way to tackle the issue of vote buying, particularly on election day. Because whatever happens, if in as far as it doesn't happen within the precincts, INEC has no control over what you do outside of the perimeter of polling unit. Now people need to get that right, that they are blaming the victim if they blame INEC for vote buying. It is the electorate versus politicians versus security agents. So INEC has made its own by saying you cannot bring your smartphone into the polling unit to come and take picture. You cannot bring camera into the polling unit to come and take picture. And the INEC has also redesigned the structure of its polling unit setup just to make sure that people do not engage in vote trading. But that's the maximum INEC can do. The other stakeholders, because I keep telling people, INEC will do its own limit, but there are 9 stakeholders in the electoral process. We have INEC, we have the lawmakers who make the rules, we have security agents, we have the political parties, we have the contestants, that's candidates, we have the media, we have the civil society organizations, we have security agents, have I mentioned that? We have security, we have the judiciary who we arbitrate on this matter. So 9 critical stakeholders, all of whom must play and work robustly together to guarantee credible, free, fair, and inclusive elections.
Is INEC totally helpless, with on the issue of vote buying?
Well, I will not say INEC is helpless, but within our own polling unit, we know what we have done in terms of moving the ballot box closer to the voting cubicle, so that you don't need to travel far before you drop your ballot paper in the ballot box. Because before you see situations where some people will just thumbprint and then display the ballot paper, and somebody somewhere may be looking. So we decided to find a way to counter that by moving our ballot boxes near the cubicles. And we also banned all photograph devices from the voting cubicle, so that you won't see situations where people will thumbprint, snap the ballot paper, and go and show somebody somewhere. So for INEC, that's what we have done. What happens outside the polling unit is beyond INEC. The security agencies should rise up to that, to that and stop it. But the commission is not really happy that people are selling or buying votes. I think that one should stop. It should not be part of our electoral process.
Let me return to the BVAS. Hopefully, we will not record the kind of incidents that we do, in the past. But should there be any disruption, or connectivity issue out there, do you have enough backups?
Yes, we do. We do. We have contingency, a good number for contingency. Apart from that, we have what we call registration area technical
assistance.
That is, these are young men who are savvy in terms of use of the computer equipment. We have so many of them trained. They are all over there in the wards, so that if you have any issue with any device in any unit, they quickly rush there and tackle the problem. And that's why we're not being hearing of any problem now. With our experiences in Anambra, the FCT, we have been able to train our technical staff, and of course, right there in the kitchen now, things are okay. So I don't foresee any problem with the viewers. And like that, we continue to improve on the use of the technology. Of course, Nigerians expected us to improve, and I think we are living up to expectations.
Juliet, let's look at the peculiarities of Ekiti, and the history of elections. we keep on talking about the sophistication and the unpredictability, of outcomes. What do you think would be the peculiarities in this particular election, given that the contenders, you have top contenders having, they are the big weights, so to speak?
Well, this election may be a 3-horse race. Finally, there are 16, but we talk about pretenders and contenders. It may be a 3-horse race because the incumbent governor, John Kayode Fayemi, is backing his former SSG, that's Abiodun Oyebanji, to succeed him. So we have a godfather-godson relationship in that. Then Bisi Kola-Wole of PDP was being supported by the former governor Ayo Fayose. So that is another godfather-godson relationship there. Then you have a Segun Oni, a former governor for 3.5 years, who is also in the race. And that's why SDP is now in contention. In 2018, we were talking of 2-horse race. And anything can happen from having an inconclusive election. Because one thing people must understand, that this is a election in 16 local government. And where you have sharks and barracuda and dolphins, trying to fight over one feed, it's going to be tough and fierce. It may so, and I'm not pushing. I think Mrs. Kemi Elebute Ali has also discharged herself. But issues that affects women, as Professor Joy said about earlier, you may look at issue of structure. Does the party ADP, does it have the structure across the 177 wards in Ekiti State? Are there people who can put resources down? Because resources, apart from vote buying, clear, there is something people always don't talk about. There are 2,445 polling units. In each of these polling units, you need to deploy at least one polling agent. These people are volunteers. Even if they are volunteers, you have to pay them. At least if it's feeding money. Maybe 5,000 naira, maybe 10,000 naira. But you see how you know the strength of each of the candidates. Which of the candidates have agents across all the polling units? Those are the ones that are ready to protect their votes. And you find out that out of these 16, maybe these 3 that we have talked about earlier are the ones that have agents across all the polling units. Because, people underrate the power of polling agents, or what we popularly call party agents. They underrate their power, forgetting that even under the Electoral 2022, which I need to flag, the Electoral 2022 said, apart from the fact that you can, as a polling agent, you are entitled to see through all of the processes. You can even do video recording. That is the addition to Electoral 20, that in the distribution center, unlike in the past where they said don't bring any, a polling agent can film. It's in the Electoral, can film the process of distribution of anything to enhance transparency. That's one. He can challenge any of the voter to say, look, you are not the owner of this card. I know you are not your family house. You are not the one. You are impersonating. You can challenge. That's true. Again, polling agent as well as candidate can even ask for recount of vote after the election has been held in a polling unit. They can say, look, no, when you are counting, you jumped. But what the law says is that you can only recount once. But it gives you that latitude. So if you do not have an agent who is to protect your interests there, so that is part of the value addition that Electoral 2022 has brought into this process, that it has given a lot of powers to polling agents, additional powers than before to polling agents as well as the candidate. The candidate can challenge anybody from voting, like a polling agent can also challenge. Overall, this election, like I said before, will either be concluded on first ballot or may become inconclusive. But that would not be unheard of in the history of Ekiti. The election that brought Segun Oni in the first time was inconclusive. It was through supplementary, particularly in Oye local government. People have forgotten. It was Oye that determined the final winner of that election. Of course, Fayemi spent 3.5 years challenging that government.
Let me bring in the Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Aluko. I know part of what the Electoral Act 2022 provides, it's for the deepening of technology use, especially in the outcomes, in making public the outcomes of elections.
Yes. That's true. True. The Electoral Act 2022 actually gives strength to our ability to deploy technology. The use of the beavers, the law category states that we can use the smart card or any other device as determined by the commission to conduct the election. So the law gives teeth actually to the use of the beavers and all those equipment. And apart from that, we have what we call INEC result viewing portal, where we transmit the result from the polling unit to the portal for the purpose of transparency. And of course, the law also backs all this. And apart from that, the issues of collation at the World Collation Center, if there's any dispute in terms of figures, the law makes it categorical that we will rely on the data from the beavers equipment to resolve that matter in the collation center. So the law actually gives a lot of teeth to our deployment of technology to be able to deepen the issues of transparency and credibility. Okay, that's what the Electoral Act 2022 has done for the country, and it's really good.
But for this election, for Ekiti election, what would happen? How will the results? How will the results be?
We will actually collate. We will collate manually, but the manual collation is also supported by the beavers, which is electronic equipment, as I've explained. If you have any dispute, you have to call for the data number of accredited persons, and all those data from the beavers in a unit. Beavers is the technology anyway, so you have to call for it to be able to resolve that issue. And I'm also saying that we are able to also transmit a photographic image of Formisi 8A to the popular IREV, the INEC Result Viewing Portal. And of course, you know what that one has done to the process since we started using it in Edo State when we had the Edo election. And if you have the link, let's say political parties, security agencies, you can easily monitor the vote. I mean, the result of the voting in each polling unit. And at the end of the day, you can add, and that is why, of course, a few hours after the election, people may actually know the direction. The election is going.
This is a final question. I'm told my few minutes with you is almost expiring. But what experience from previous elections before now, Anambra and the ones Jude Ojo mentioned, are you implementing in this Ekiti election?
Well, the experience is that we have a better grip of technology. As I told you, and as we have seen this morning, we will not have reports of breakdown of the beavers equipment. We will not have reports of logistic problems. Those are the experiences we brought to the Ekiti election, and it's helping us to be able to deliver as expected by Nigerians.
Okay, Jidojo, just to find out one from you to the people of Ekiti within this period.
My final word
in 60 seconds.
My final word is, let's keep the peace in Ekiti. Ekiti people, people will say they are very stubborn, but they are upright. They are very upright. The stubbornness is positive stubbornness. They are ready to defend. their vote.
So
you don't toy with the motion, you don't toy with the integrity of an Ekiti man.
I'm counting down.
So let them keep the peace. 2, let them shun money politics. This Debo Sebe, they should discontinue it. That's the only thing that has been lacked repeatedly, that is on the blind side. But let people vote their conscience rather than collecting money to vote.
Jide Ojo, NTA's in-house public affairs analyst. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us for this first segment, and also Mr. Yodele Victor Aluko, Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC.
Thank you.
Our pleasure to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and of course, that does it for me. I am Claire Delabo Abdul Razak. My colleague Ian Ray John will be coming up later for the second part of Ekiti Decide studio here in Abuja. But for now, let's hand you over to Ekiti Decides in Ekiti.
All right, many thanks, Claire Adelabu Abdurazak, for your intervention since morning, and also salute guests there, especially Jide Ojo, who has been giving us some deep insights about Ekiti State. But we're back here in Ekiti, and my name is Fisao Ogunfuyi. I, of course, I've been here since yesterday and looking at what the expectations were. Today's day of actualities, so we will continue our discussions with Dr. Olaoluwa Babatunde Onyiloye, who's been here since morning. He's head of Conflict, Peace and Strategic Studies Department of the Afe Babalola University. Thank you very much for your patience. It's a day like that. We have to be patient throughout the day, expecting the votes to come in. We've heard some of the things that they have said in Abuja concerning expectations today. Looking at what you've seen all day so far, would you, at least from the academic perspective, give a little bit of scorecard? Let's say the morning session so far. What's the scorecard from the voting centers we have visited, from what the respondents have spoken about, talking about the voters, members of the electorate on the field, not just looking at it in terms of our permutations in the studio, but at the actualities itself?
Well, thank you very much. Looking at everything we've been observing this morning from the field, reports from the field, we can say that there's been relative calm, like I have said before, relative peace in these elections, and so far so good. We can say that the elections have been going according to plan. But concerning what the Director of Voter Education of INEC said in Abuja, he was talking about, he spoke about so many things INEC is doing to prevent electoral violence. However, one thing is missing. The body saddled with the prosecution of electoral violence or electoral offense is the Independent National Electoral Commission. So far so good. Since the beginning of this current democracy in 1999, I don't think we've had any successful prosecution to serve as deterrence for people, because we're talking about vote buying as if INEC is helpless in matter of vote buying.
You're talking of sanctions,
prosecutions. They are the ones started with this responsibility of prosecuting electoral offenders.
I understand the Electoral Offences Commission is also coming on as but that is coming on stream. But we will also look at that. But that is post. Today is still election day, so we're still looking at what is happening now, and we've not really seen, in spite of it's just almost playing out like Anambra when we had a lot of apprehension before the D-Day. The D-Day came, the voting went seamlessly, the candidate was announced, and we're seeing almost the same thing play out now. Not much in terms of the physical confrontation that people were expecting. We're seeing almost a family affair. In our studios earlier, of course, it was Ogochukwuka, a lady who anchored, and of course Claire Delabo Abdurasaki, a lady who anchored in Abuja. So we now go to see a lady candidate perform a civic duty. That is Professor Josephine Kemi Elebute Hale of the African Democratic Party. Let's see how she, also performed the duty, and our comments after that.
Thank you very much in the studio. This is Ward 10, Unit 8 at Okeayedun in Ikole local government area of Ekiti North Senatorial District of the state. This is the polling unit where the governorship candidate of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, Erelu Kemi Elebutiali, is casting a ballot in this ongoing exercise. She is here to cast her ballot. Your guest is as good as mine.
I tell you that I'm overwhelmed. It's stress-free. I've just performed it. When I put my finger, I didn't take it. I went to the captured show. It gives us, these beavers give people a lot of options. If your finger would not be taken, your facial something will be captured. So it's easy. We are peaceful people in Ekiti State. You can see my people here at Ward 10. They are very peaceful. They are casting their vote, and everything is okay.
Thank you very much. That is Erelu Elebutiali, the governorship candidate in this ongoing exercise. That is the situation from here. My name is Ayode Shakin. Back to you in the studio.
All right, she's done that, and she's also complimented, the technology being deployed. Beavers had its own hiccups in Anambra, but it seems that all that has been cleaned up now by the electoral management body, and it's given several options. As we said, if the palm is not smooth enough, it's not gritty enough, you can equally use facial recognition, and perhaps moving forward, we'll be having a more seamless process.
Yes. And for every election we build on the previous election for better one in the future. And so far so good, we can say that INEC has done that. Now, introducing the beavers had issues in the Anambra elections. It has come to Ekiti and it has been seamless. Unlike previous elections where you have a candidate who will say, oh, my card is being rejected, or my thumbprint is not being found, and there's nothing I can do, or I have to wait hours. No, thus far we've not had such issues in Ekiti, so we must still give kudos to INEC to this extent.
Another feature of this, of course, apart from having a lot of women voters, that we've noticed over time now an increase. Almost even dwarfing the men in some cases in some parts of the country. We're seeing a lot of women also coming out to the podium to be counted and say putting themselves forward for elective positions. And in this case, we have governorship candidate, we have running mates. A few of them also are in this race.
Yes, that is very commendable, and it's mainstreaming women into development and politics of Nigeria. That's a very good step. And seeing Professor Ali coming out on ADP is very good. It speaks a lot about the deepening of our political space in Nigeria now, especially in Ekiti. And more so, I must also commend the Nigerian Television Authority Network, because from what we can see here, it's only NTA that is in that place covering that woman. We must also commend the NTA network for that kind of job.
There's a reason why you can't be the rich. But moving on, on the program, we have looked at. It looks as if Ekiti is trying to make a statement. 998,925 overall. The number of people with registered voters, but PVCs that have been collected, 754. That's just about 200 left. In some cases, in some states, we've had situations where you have up to 300, 400,000.
Yes.
Still left. It seems as if some mobilization was done and sensitization before this process began, and we are seeing a lot of people, and even the social media, this issue of PVC has even become a serious menace in the social media.
Yes. Well, I can say that there's an increased level of awareness among the voters in our political space now, especially in the south, given the fact that we've been for the southern presidency. And so for Ekiti, yes, it's amazing that we have that kind of figure, although we can still do better. And we're also hoping, like I said earlier before we went on break, that the collection should not just be only collection. It should also be a collection that transforms or translates into votes. By the time we are counting, if you see, oh, we have 700, what's it called, 1,000 cards collected, and we have, let's say we have close to even more than 600 votes, 600,000 votes, then we should be saying, oh, we have done very well. We have done.
Even as a nation, we've had a low
turnout. Yes.
Sometimes 30%,
yes,
which is very poor.
Yes.
Perhaps this is a sign that future elections will be seeing more people come out.
I think we can safely hope so.
Okay, we are getting to a point because very soon it's going to be a midday. And then it will just be 2.5 hours to almost termination point, because it will just be the last person on the line after that that will be counted. We'll be getting to the business end of this election. But what you have seen so far, many of people in Ekiti State spoke with enthusiasm in the morning, especially in the local dialects, and they were excited that they wanted to be a part of this. What does this say to consciousness, democratic consciousness at this time, especially marking about 23 years of unbroken democracy? Are we maturing politically, or is it just these last few years that seem to have galvanized the consciousness that your thumb actually has a way of playing a role in your future?
No, I think we have evolved. The process is, and it's always evolving. I think we have evolved to a more mature democratic process and electoral process. Because if you compare this present election to the 1999 election, where it's a far difference, and even to the previous election we had in Ekiti, there's also a far difference. So I think we are evolving, and we can still do better in future elections.
All right, so let me just so that you can take this on board as well. The academia, did you play any role, especially with your students who are, for instance, a lot of them above the age of 18, in perhaps galvanizing them in this direction? Because we saw a lot of young voters. We've seen a lot of young voters this time around. Nobody's at home watching Netflix or something. So have you done something to perhaps help in also galvanizing this momentum?
Yes, we've been able to do one or two things in this area, and not only that, we've also been able to do sensitization of young voters on electoral violence, issues of electoral violence, and the meaning of electoral violence, and also to avoid electoral violence. And African University, as an institution, sponsored some of this, and we were able to train close to 700 youths in Ekiti specifically on electoral violence.
All right, let's take a story. We understand that many voters in Ekiti, came out to represent the joy of being part of the democratic process, overwhelmed the people as they waited patiently to cast their ballot this morning.
With the massive turnout of voters here in Ward 11 Polling Unit 14 in CSC Comprehensive High School in Ekiti, voting have started. Who just cast his ballot?
The election is very peaceful.
The physically challenged also turned out for the exercise at the polling units. The presiding officer at Ward 10 Polling Unit 4 in Ekiti CSC Comprehensive High School assures the electorate of an each-free exercise.
We have as for the physical impairment, we have fireness.
All right, some of the unique features of the ongoing election, of course, is the new things that INEC has brought on board to help, the voters to cast their ballot, as we saw there. Thank you very much for that report. My colleague Kunle Adeyeye is standing by again. Kunle, what do you have for us from your axis?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Fisayo. We just left Ikogosi Ekiti. That's the hometown of the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress. I'm talking about Abayomi Oyebanji. Of course, he has voted and we have left. But now we're in the next town to Ikogosi, which is Erinjinyo Ekiti. It's still within the same local government. I'm talking about the Ekiti West local government area of the state. Unlike Ikogosi, Erinjinyo is a two-word town, unlike Ikogosi, which is just a one-word town. And here we are in Ward 2 in Erinjinyo Ekiti, and is Unit 2 in Iwaro Street. Well, unlike what we saw in Ikogosi too, of course, there was long queue at Ikogosi. I wouldn't know it's because of the timing now, because the process actually began at 8:30. But of course, you can see behind me, people are still voting, exercising their franchise. So I wouldn't know why the queue is not as long as it was in Ikogosi. But I have one of the prospective voters who is there with me, and he will probably come and shed more light on that. Sorry, can you just come over and we can meet you? Yeah. Good morning, and can you tell us your name?
Good morning, sir. My name is Tayo Gutimileyin.
Okay, well, while we were in Ikogosi, there was a long queue. But coming to Erinjinyo Ekiti, a larger town with two wards, what people are seeing on the queue, they are few. What's responsible for this?
According to the INEC rules, the election started exactly 8:30, and there has been a long queue here. So I believe because of the timing, that's why you are seeing limited people here. So there have been queues since.
Are you saying most people have voted and they have left?
Yes, definitely they have. They have.
Okay, well, you actually told me that you've been here since even before 8:30 in the morning. That's what you told me. Now, since you came, let me start asking you this question. From the conduct of the voters, did they conduct themselves very well? How will you react to that?
With what I've observed, everything has been, like there is orderliness, no quarrel, no riots, no misconduct. So I believe everything is conducted and done according to the rules guiding the conduct of election.
Okay, well, on the part of the Independent National Electoral Commission, how has they conduct, your observation now, your assessment?
Regarding the conduct, like the machine they've been using now, I think it's a new development which has been working effectively. No error. Initially we'll come for accreditation, but this one you just do the capturing and you go vote straight. So I think it's a new development, sir, and very good, and it's a welcoming development, sir.
Okay, let me probe further. From the security agencies, how have they been friendly? Are they intimidating, or what? Or have they been doing their job professionally?
They are not intimidating. I believe they are doing their job professionally. They are here not to intimidate us, but to safeguard us. So, and that's what they've been doing. So far, there is no riot, so no cause for any alarm.
So let me ask you the question: why do you actually want to vote?
Okay, it's my right. I have to exercise my franchise as a citizen of Nigeria and also of Ekiti State, and especially Ekiti West. So I have to leave where I am to come home to make sure I come cast my vote. So it is important for me as a citizen of Nigeria to come and exercise my franchise rights.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Okay, well, Fisayo, that's what you have heard from one of the prospective voters, but you have to still hold on. I have another one beside me who will now probably share her experiences. She's a woman. Well, good morning. Can we meet you? Tell us the name. Okay, what I will ask you now is that, oh, well, Fisayo, hold on. She just told me now that she will speak in Yoruba, so I will do the interpretation. So let me just start afresh now. Máa sọ nípa ètò ìdìbò tí bẹ̀rẹ̀ látàárọ̀.
Ó dáa, ètò ìdìbò yẹn ó lọ ní ìrọ̀wọ́-ìrọsẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà, ó dẹ̀ da àwọn èèyàn jáde lọ́pọ̀, ó dáa.
Well, what she just told me now is that the process has been peaceful, orderly, and of course, there is no voter apathy here. Everybody has come out to exercise his civic right. Well, Aunty, ẹ jẹ́ kí n tún béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí náà nípa àwọn àjọ elétò ìdìbò, ètò tó ń gbé kalẹ̀ yẹn, kí lẹ máa sọ nípa ẹ̀?
Ètò ìdìbò tó ń gbé kalẹ̀ ó dáa, torí wọ́n ṣe dáadáa, àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́rọ̀ sí wọn lẹ́nu, bọ́n ṣe ó dáa, ó dáa.
Kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ rí tán gbé kalẹ̀, àbí kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ rí tán nǹkan tuntun náà tún ṣe tẹ́ ṣe rò pé ètò ìdìbò yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe dáadáa?
Bá a ṣe ń dìbò yẹn kò sí wàhálà, wọ́n á gbéwèé fún àdẹ́ ẹ̀tẹ̀ka ibi tó yẹ àtẹ̀ka sí, wọ́n fún wa wàhálà, wọ́n tọ́ wa sọ́nà, kò sí ìjà.
Well, she's only saying on the part of INEC, they've been wonderful too. No compromise. INEC has been very, very professional, and she expects the process to remain like this. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n tún wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà sí o. Nípa àwọn agbófinró, àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò, ṣé wọ́n ti báwo náà ṣe ń ṣe? Ṣé wọ́n ń lo agbára ni àbí wọ́n ń ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ pẹ̀lú yín?
Wọ́n ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ pẹ̀lú wa, wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa, wọ́n ń bójútó wa dáadáa, kò sí wàhálà.
Well, she's just saying the security agents rather, have been keeping watch. They've been professional, no intimidation whatsoever, and they've lived up to expectation. That's the latest from here. That's what she has just told me now, Fisayo.
Very much, Kunle Adeyeye. I'm sure you scored very high in your Yoruba course those days in high school. And of course, we saw that you were able to handle your respondents well. That's what you see on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We've been going around. That was a Regina, 2 words. And the young man spoke so eloquently and gave us, an idea of what has been happening there since morning. A lot of interest is even coming from out of the state to be a part of this process. And that dovetails nicely with what we were saying earlier about the enthusiasm for this process, in the state at this time. Not just from people living in the state, but indigenous of the state from outside the state actually took time to come at this time to be a part of this process.
Well, I think that is commendable. And one thing that we probably are just seeing now as an update in this last report is the fact that INEC started these elections on time. The voting, accreditation and voting started on time. And there was no, there was no chokehold on getting voters accredited. And not only that, we were able to, they were able to get those people, by now they are getting to a region which is very close to Okogosi, and the lines are getting dried up. So it shows that this election is going smoothly without hiccups.
All right, and we will just, like I said, we're getting towards the business very shortly, in another 2 hours. We begin to talk about other things. This one is just voting. Later now we'll now see who voted, how did they vote, and hopefully there will be not too many voided votes because of, the margins and all that. Okay. But in terms of what you've seen in the, process leading, to the D-Day, which is today, did the parties do enough? Or was it just because of the natural interest of the people in this process? Did the party do enough? Because in other times, a lot of the, obligations that we seem to think should be hanged on the neck of the electoral election management body is actually the work of the political parties. Okay. In desensitization, many of these should be taken up by the political parties, many of which INEC has to do at this time. Do you think the parties, apart even from the dominant parties, some of the other parties, did they do enough, to galvanize this process?
Well, I will say that the political parties in Ekiti they've done a lot in this last election, unlike previous elections. We are seeing new parties coming up and having supporters. We are seeing SDP, we are seeing ADP, where we have the woman, the libertarian contesting. So we are seeing them with a sizable number of supporters, and they're going up and down doing rallies, and also I can say the parties have really, really improved too. I can say they have.
But in terms of, are they issue-based, some of these discussions? Have they been issue-based? Or are we still hanging our processes on the individual?
Well, to a large extent, if you look at the various contestants, frontline contestants, they've been talking more on issues. Oh, I think all of them have been talking more on issues. What they want to deliver to the electorate, their promises to the electorate, issues that they want to probably come and address if they get to power. And I believe we've been largely issue-based, not personality-based this time around.
How many elections have you witnessed since you've been in the state? Have you been in the state from inception?
Yes. All the elections.
You've witnessed all the elections?
All the elections.
What are the unique features of this one? What makes it different? Is it more exciting? Are you more impressed about what you've seen? What are the unique things that
I would say this election has been more inclusive than previous elections. It has brought people out. It has more people participating unlike our previous elections. And unlike our previous elections, we are having more than 2 frontline contestants now. So, or contenders rather, unlike our previous elections. So.
All right, let me take a quick one. This election at CAC Comprehensive High School, Ward 10, polling unit 4 was peaceful. It's peaceful because still going on, and prospective voters have turned out in large numbers to perform their civic responsibility. Our own Temitokwe or Debumi was there and filed the story. All right, while we wait for that report to be ready, she's still putting it together. We will get to her as soon as we get that report ready. We've been going around, and in terms of where we expect large numbers from, in terms of the population distribution and all that, how is it staggered, and where should we be excited, especially when we begin to see numbers?
Well, I think going by our previous elections in Ekiti, I think some of the swing locations, we'll be looking at Ikole, Ig itself, Oye, Ado itself, and even Ikere. So, and so far, thus far, we have candidates. Like we discussed about in Nigeria, we have about 4 candidates, both governors and deputy governors contesting from Nikere. And in the Ekiti West, we have the candidate of the APC from Ikogosi in Ekiti West, and the candidate of the PDP from F1 which was formerly part of Ekiti West. So, right now, I cannot say who is going to take where or not.
It is almost looking like season one or the other of what we used to call the Game of Thrones. But we'll get to see all that. Like you people told us yesterday, whatever happens up or down is still Ekiti. So we get to see what happens. And looking at the processes so far, my colleague has been on the field and has been giving us some very good information. So let's see if we have somebody. I think we have someone ready for us there. Tayo, if you can hear me, tell us where you are. I can see a busy location behind you, and then give us your findings.
All right, thank you, Fisayo. It is quite a bit of a rowdy session here in Poly Unit 5, Ward 2 in Ido-Ekiti, Ido-Oti local government area of the state. This Poly unit has a total of 847 registered voters, and the security agencies are doing their best to ensure that the people are calm and orderly so that they can exercise their franchise on time and to actually reduce the delay. And I have with me a voter who has already voted, Chief Modukwe Ekundayo, who will be telling us about the process. Ma, how was the voting process for you?
This one, there is no problem at all. There were 2 lines, and before the first thing we did was that they said the old women and the men that they should first of all vote, and there was no problem. We all agreed. After that, the 2 lines were attended to, so we have been accredited. Me myself, I've been accredited, and there's no problem. The machine is very fast, and the line is moving. No problem.
Thank you very much, Ma. Also, with me, Mario Waibukule is yet to exercise his franchise, but has been here for a while to actually monitor the process and see how well it's going. So, since when you've been here, how is the process going for you?
Since I came back, things are working as should be. There's no problem. Security agents are even doing their work perfectly. No issue, and even the lights are going as it should be.
Thank you very much. Studio, that's the situation here at Poly Unit 5, Ward 2 in Ido-Ekiti, Ido-Oti local government area. And Ido-Ekiti is the headquarters of Ido-Oti local government area, which may explain update about the Ekiti 2022 governorship election. I am Tayo Shaw. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Tayo, for that one. I can see that, Doctor, we just saw, Idosile and a lot of people, as we saw behind Tayo there. It seems it's different strokes for different folks. They are still there. Voting and watching the vote. So that's two processes. What can you say about some of the things I spoke about?
Well, Idosi is the base of the SDP candidate, who was a former governor of the state. So it is expected that the awareness and the participation of the people should be high in that place, probably to support their, like I said, the political landscape of Nigeria is also many fault lines, rather. Ethnicity is one of them. So probably to see their kinsman, okay, what can we do for him? How can we give him the maximum support that he can get from Midosi? So that is expected.
I thought it is just one family.
Well, different interests.
Okay, let's take this one. The electorate in Ekiti West local government area expressing satisfaction over smooth and peaceful conduct of the election so far. Olubukola Duo is standing by to give us that update.
Thank you, studio. I am at INEC in Irepodu, Ifelodun local government area of Ekiti State. This is Unit 14, Ward B, Obaile, and preparations for the commencement of the governorship election, in this unit is evident as electoral officers, materials needed for the election, security officials, and even eligible voters are all on ground to perform their specific assignment. A total of 284 eligible voters are expected to vote at this unit.
We are all ready to vote now. All our people has been ready to vote, no problem.
By the grace of God, everything will be in order. Only advice we can give to the INEC is just to control all their electoral officers to do the needful. Arrange the place to be well properly arranged.
This is the situation here, and I will definitely give you an update as the election commences. It's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Olubukola Duo. And Reverend has just joined us from yesterday. Thank you very much again. You're here. Have you participated in the process?
Yes. Thank you for having me. Done my bit.
Yeah, I've done your bit. And of course, Dr. Olaluwa is still right here with us. Doctor, of course, Reverend, you are fresh from the field, so please give us an update, what you've seen, and the general mood in town.
Thank you. I've gone around the state capital, and the turnout is quite impressive. I've gone to Olaoluwa Muslim Grammar School. I've been to CAC, just like rightly captured it. The people were well behaved. It was so peaceful. And then many are still waiting on the queue to exercise their franchise. So far, so good. It's been a wonderful experience. However, we noticed that here and there are a few cases of financial inducement.
And what has happened? In some cases, we've seen that some of those have been, resisted. We also covered that. But
yes. I actually spoke to the security personnel on ground, and they quickly moved in to ask the boys to leave, and they left, and things came back to normal. However, I might not be able to say what will happen thereafter after I left.
Because the monies are still available?
No, they are still there. They are still there.
All right. This is, a problem that has been existing. And I told Reverend Obalabode Festus yesterday, Reverend Awe Festus yesterday, that this process started here. If it's going to end, it must end here. And you as elders, members of the clergy, your colleagues in other spheres of life must play a lot of role.
Yeah.
Because if it continues to fester, it could become a culture. Doctor.
Well, like I said, in last two sessions when we spoke here, the responsibility of prosecuting electoral offenders rests with INEC, even though we have an electoral offences tribunal coming up. We've not had any deterrence for these acts. It doesn't take rocket science to know the beneficiaries of these acts. No sanctions have been applied on them, so there's nothing to deter them. If we've had INEC coming down with the hammer on a beneficiary of this act, then we have people who are afraid to continue to do this, because when nothing is happening, then it's like a green light that whoever can outbeat the other, then your vote now becomes.
I wasn't here when I was just coming in, from the field myself with one or two of my people, but I don't know whether you discussed that phenomenon, Diboko Sebe. I heard Jide Ojo saying it, but for people who don't understand, it means that vote for us and then you have a pot of soup. But how long can that last, Reverend? Even if it's a very big pot of soup.
It's quite worrisome that this tendencies is fast assuming a behavioral pattern. It's quite unfortunate. Like I spoke to some people there that, okay, let's assume you are giving 10,000. How far will 10,000 take you in a span of 4 years? But psychologically speaking, I think the people have been dehumanized to a point that lost their values. So you will now see people who are agile, capable, now going into the Boko Sebe concept. However, within the span of maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, whatever they have taken will have been expended. So it now rubs down to the people to the extent that the people cannot say they have creditably elected those who should be representing them. And that is exactly what we have seen in governance. Because for those who have collected their money, you cannot criticize them, you cannot chastise them. So it has rubbed so much on the governance system to the extent that the government doesn't even think about what the people can do anymore.
But there's an aspect of also over time. In the Fourth Republic, it's almost become an expectation that today I will make some money. Not only in Ekiti State, from the voter, that today I will make some money. I was I felt a bit embarrassed. I was going out to cover an election in one of the previous elections, and an old woman was asking me where are they distributing money. So the issue is perhaps there must be some value reorientation, even from the pulpit.
Yes, we actually, as clergymen, we have tried to sensitize. It's in the Bible. The case of Jacob and Esau. Esau sold his birthright. I want to link this issue of birthright to your franchise. If somebody covertly or unconsciously now collected money to disenfranchise himself, it's like selling off one's birthright. We knew the consequences to the life of Esau in the Bible, where he lost everything just because of a pot of porridge. And now
we're still talking about pot of soup now.
Yes, pot of porridge and pot of soup. The two of them are pots. So many people think about what they will eat immediately, forgetting the consequences of today's action for tomorrow events. So the church at various levels, at PFN level, at level, and at our various interdenominations services, we have tried to explain why people should vote their conscience. because leadership selection is a process. If you want to hold leadership to accountability, then you must have been seen to be fair in selection process. But in a situation where he who has the fight now detects the two, it is quite worrisome, even at the national level. The recent conventions of the two major political parties, it has become a joking affairs or joking matter where people will say want to go to college to study delegates. We knew what happened in Abuja. So now the process of monetizing election in Nigeria is fast assuming an endemic position that must be discouraged by all and sundry. It wasn't like this in the First Republic. It wasn't like this in the Second Republic.
A bit like this.
But you now discover that it is an indication of poverty level in the system.
The Second Republic was not completely free because perhaps if we remember rightly, the 83 elections was well disputed because some parties also contested that there were a lot of reggae and all the kinds of stuff like this in the Second Republic, which perhaps also led to some of these things. But if we leave that aside a little and say we are where we are after today, what can happen? Just not because it looks like just a cycle to me. We had these issues in 2018. We're coming to 2022. We're still seeing some coloration, traces of it. I prefer your diction. Traces of the same thing. 4 years on, what did we do within those 4 years to perhaps disabuse people of this tendency, Doctor?
Yes. Policies and execution of policies are not made at the grassroots level. The buying of votes takes place at the grassroots levels. Now, there are people who influence this buying of votes. I will still go back to them. I will not leave them alone. Because the man who is bringing money to the polling booth is not bringing his own life savings. He's not going to his own personal account to go and bring his money for that to influence people to vote in a particular or certain way. He's getting that money from a particular source. So, and we have the ability to trace this source, and we have the laws to punish this source. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is not the absence of laws, but implementation of the laws that we have. So if somebody has come, we have people on video who have decided, who in the last election, who were openly buying votes. Openly buying votes. Thank God that now probably the moral situation that the clergy, both the Christian and the Muslim clergies have put up is as emboldened and empowered our people to resist vote buying, so to speak, for now. But we need to do more. We need to do more. We don't reward armed robbery by saying, people should not steal. But when people steal, you now say, well, we have said you should not steal, but no punishment, no sanctions, nothing to deter the people who are who are instigators of this vote buying. Vote buying is a very serious form of electoral violence because it is intended to influence the result of that election. It is intended to disenfranchise the voter. It is intended to pervert the course of that election. And if you look at the origin of election from the Greek aristocracies, they talk about elections as the selection of a better candidate than the current candidates, and who will conduct the affairs of the the society, and in which each and everyone participates in that process as equal rights. So by the time you bring in 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 to influence, in fact, it is going to say that even the voters, like you said, when they go to polling booths, they expect something. So it even takes a little for the people who are bringing the money to induce them. In fact, some people who hang out, they are not voting yet. What is happening here? How much are we getting? How much are we taking home? Then you will say, where are you voting? They're giving us 15,000 though. You are calling 5,000. What can we do? Okay, Who is giving? Which party is giving? That's what I'm voting for. Forgetting whatever policies you've heard from that other party that you have come to vote for in the first place. So some people even go to vote not because they know any political candidates. No.
Is this not also the state we used to have stomach infrastructure?
Yes, stomach infrastructure.
Could it have also caused some?
Well,
because it is still a matter of stomach.
Yeah.
Because we have brought in port.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bokose is and now we talk stomach. Because the port, the work of the port is to eventually feed the stomach. But let's actually move away, from there, because we'll still come back to it later if we see any reason. More reports giving us this kind of scenario of vote buying. But let's move away from that a little and look at some of the agencies that are stakeholders in this process. Spoken about the Electoral Management Body, and I think so far, from what we have seen from the beginning to midday now, more or less midday. So it's been quite a smooth sail in most of the areas, especially with the BVAS, that the bimodal voters are their accreditation system, which is doing almost 3 jobs at the same time. No issue of accreditation, go to another spot and all that. Then we move to another stakeholder, which is security. It seems as if that is also another good point so far in this election. Reverend, since you are coming from the field.
Yeah, the security operatives are doing a very good job. They maintain orderliness in the various polling units. However, this issue that is negatively affecting the electoral process, they are not being given the mandate to apprehend. Had it been that they saw those people selling and buying votes, but the capacity to arrest is the issue. Had it been as part of their mandate, I think they can go all the way out to say, okay, let's apprehend these people. But they saw it as just purely to go and maintain law and order,
which they have
done. They have done it excellently well. They maintain peace and everything is peaceful. So, but for subsequent election, because we have less than 2.5 hours to go now in this electoral process, we cannot be talking about future elections. That what do we do? Thank God we still have some few months ahead of us to prepare for that 2023
but you have a sister state now in
Osun State. I think whatever we bring out from Ekiti, they can work on it to enhance and improve electoral process in Osun State. I think the security is a major part of the stakeholder in the electoral process. One starting from deployment of personnel to polling units. Where I monitored this morning, I discovered that, okay, even if they attack, there is nothing with which these police officers will defend themselves with. If any talk or any group of armed bandits came around, there is nothing. They are not carrying any ammunition. They are not carrying anything. So they are just as free as any other voter on the queue. And you see, if anything happens, the first thing they want to do is to safeguard themselves first before you start thinking about safeguarding another person.
But in strategic points around town, you see the armed ones. But
the armed ones,
they don't want them close
at the
to
various junctions where they should be. For example, at that Baptist High School roundabout where they used to be stationed, there is none there today. We don't have any armed police officers or military guys in that place. Maybe it's not one of the flashpoint area that they have been able to identify. But that area is strategic because around that place we have 2 polling units.
And they are big? Are they big?
And they are big. So if anything, we are supposing that there should still be some element of security operatives around that roundabout.
I think the young men and women also managing the process from, the UCO members have been quite diligent in their work.
Yes.
I've seen the way
they've done a fantastic job, especially with these beavers. It's a very good innovation that INEC has brought to bear on this electoral process because one, in the past, people will queue and some people will not be able to be accredited, and it takes a lot of. But now, even where your card reader is not working, they take your beavers photographs and you are allowed to go ahead and participate. So there is no rejection. So we are not expecting that there will be any cases of incidents from that should be filled. Everything worked perfectly well.
Thank you, Reverend Doctor. We've seen, the process, and you've mentioned before, Reverend Kim, that some smaller parties just came in a few short weeks of the election, and they're having some serious followers. Is that perhaps what we may be looking at when we're having even larger elections, that there may be some new followerships that will be seen across the country in terms of especially even the youth component that we're seeing in this election? If the parties are able to capture the imagination of the people, they'll go there, irrespective of how young they are.
Definitely, because like I said, the fault lines that dominate our political landscape are multivarious. So if a party comes up, like in the larger national election, presidential election, we have seen somebody like His Excellency Peter Obi moving to Labour Party, and he's been making some waves in the Labour Party, which is like a smaller party compared to the dominant ones that we have in Nigeria. Already have in Nigeria. You see people like somebody like Alhaji Rabiu Kwakwanso, who's an NNP. They're making NNP. We're making some waves in the north. So we should expect something like this, even because our democracy is getting to that level of maturity. I hope we'll get to that level of maturity where we can even have independent candidates. Okay, independent candidates. People want you, but you don't have the platform. The platform is closed against you. You can come up as an independent candidate to partake in the process.
All right, and this dovetails into what I've been talking about before. I think also yesterday. It seems to me as if we're still following personalities, because when you mention these parties, NMPP, Labour, and all, I still can't see if it's an ideological issue or it's just the integrity or the popularity of those who are moving from one place to the other, because the party is the platform. Sometimes it's the victory is given to the party, but at the moment we still follow individuals. It seems to me a paradox somewhere there.
I mentioned it yesterday that really all the political parties in Nigeria are lacking in ideology. I was trying to talk about right of right, or left of but now all the political parties revolves around individuals, personalities, like the NNPP that is was initiated and around His Excellency Alhaji Kwakwanso in Kano. So that party came up with the controversial group and is making a great wave now. Then let's talk about other bigger political parties like APC. You will see people moving from PDP today to APC. And you see people migrating shortly after the convention now, after the presidential primaries. And some of them that have lost out in the primaries now, moving back to PDP. If it has been an ideologically based parties, like in the West, in US, we have the Republican and the Democrats. So these are the two. Nonetheless, there are some other lesser political parties there. But we can just say it's either you belong to the Republican or you are in the Democrat party. But not so in Nigeria. You can see somebody who is in the progressive today, and by tomorrow is already operating in the conservative. So there is no ideological delineations between these political parties. But thank God, the youth are coming up.
Perhaps was trying to conserve his energy. But you're talking about moving from progressive to conservative. I think maybe perhaps you're trying to conserve his energy. We get your point. But Doctor, We were saying this before the Reverend came, back to join us. He was also here with us yesterday. Do you think the youth vote could play a role? We're seeing a lot of young men. Even most of our interviewees have been young men and women, which seems to be a unique feature of this particular election. Are you seeing, are we likely to see sizable youth vote this time?
Definitely. The population of Nigeria is more or less youth, more youthful in terms of numbers, and so also Ekiti State, and the level of awareness among the youths is very interesting to see, and the participation. You can somebody who came all the way from another state who is an engineer of this state, a young man that was interviewed on TV. Now he said he had to come to Ekiti to exercise his franchise. That's a youth. If you look at the concept of youth from a Nigerian perspective, we're looking about between voting age 18 and probably 35 to 40. Then that's a youth. He's coming there to perform his, and all possible people that we've interviewed, like you rightly said, are all youths. So expect that youth will make a lot of impact in this current election.
Reverend, you were at your own polling units too. Did you see the same? Did you have the same observation?
Yes, the trend now is that youth are coming up to take over. That's the truth. Because one, since the event of the NSAS, the youths have been seriously mobilized. You'll be surprised when the outcome of the 2023 general elections. The youth will play a prominent role in deciding who becomes the governor or the leaders in this country, because now they have been so mobilized through the social media platform. They have mobilized themselves, and they are now really interested in taking over. Because when you say the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, when is the tomorrow? I think the tomorrow is here with us. So the youth are going to play a very prominent role in deciding the outcome of this election. When you get to Olaoluwa now, or you get to CSC now, the average age of the people there are in the ranges of 18 to 45. Meaning now that they are more determined, more than before, to now come out to vote. Even when you look at the level of the electoral officials, they are the youths. So they are the one now that should take up the gunnet and fight for their right. So the youth are more determined to play their responsibility in this election.
All right, and we were talking about issues of violence. You were talking about electoral violence. Talking about Dr. Laulua before when we started. Used to be used as cannon fodder for violence in those days. Yes. This time they are leading the process in a way, especially in the numbers that have come out. We used to have some montages of youths carrying ballot boxes and running fast. If you can carry the ballot box and run as fast as, why don't you represent us in the Olympics? but we're saying that that is not the trend. They have not come to use their fists, but rather their tongues. Ayere John, my colleague, is in Abuja, getting ready to take over and give us impressions from Abuja right there. Here you're looking spick and span. We've been here in Ado-Ekiti enjoying pounded yam and Ishakwa soup. Just take it away from here.
Thanks, Fisayo. Of course, I envy you, having that pounded yam in Ekiti, and of course, giving us a very beautiful discussion on the Ekiti election. The much-awaited Ekiti governorship election is ongoing, as you know, and in the past weeks, the political parties and their candidates have unfolded strategies and scaled up their campaigns to get the support of the majority of the Ekiti electorate towards succeeding outgoing governor, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Now, according to the Independent National Electoral Commission. There are actually 16 candidates in the race for the governorship position. It also noted that 4 national commissioners and 8 resident electoral commissioners had been deployed to ensure the conduct of a credible election. We know that registered voters stands at about 988,923, while 754,886 voters, representing 76%, have collected their permanent voters cards, and we expect that they're on the field, casting their ballots at the moment. It's a very interesting election for me because 2 female candidates are, participating in this governorship election. Christiana Olatuwara of the Action People's Party and Kemi Elebute Hale of the Action Democratic Party. And for the deputy governorship position, we have 7 female candidates. So you see why I'm very much interested in this election. There are actually 177 wards and 22,244 polling units in total as far as this election is concerned. In a state where an incumbent governor has never been re-elected, everybody is watching Ekiti at the moment. Adeniyi Adebayo, who was elected in 1999 under the platform of the defunct Alliance for Democracy, was defeated by Ayo Fayose of the PDP in 2003. But Mr. Fayoshe's first advent was cut short in 2006 when the state's lawmakers impeached him in controversial circumstances over allegations of corruption. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission declared Segun Oni of the PDP the winner of the 2007 election, but his tenure was also cut short by the court after a prolonged battle with the ACN candidate, talking about Kayode Fayemi, who was affirmed by the court as the validly elected governor. Mr. Fayemi was sworn in 2010, but his attempt to return for a second term was aborted by the turn of Mr. Fayose in 2014. Now, Mr. Fayoshe's attempts to enthrone his deputy, Olushola Kolakwo, in 2018 was rejected when Mr. Fayemi was elected again after admitting to the people that he made many mistakes in his administration and needed their forgiveness. Now, let's go to the Independent National Electoral Commission. INEC has said that the Ekiti governorship election will be historic, being the first poll to be conducted under the new Electoral Act. And I am very lucky this afternoon to have with me as one of my guests, former head of Publicity Division, INEC, Mr. Andy Eziani. Many thanks for joining us, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I also have with me Dayo Olaide, Center for Democracy and Development. Many thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here once again.
Yes, so, as I said, this is a very interesting election, but I would like to start, with the assessment, and of course I want to start with INEC. What's your assessment of the Ekiti election so far?
No, so far so good. The report we are getting actually shows that things are moving on well. Commission actually has deployed very well, and a lot of improvement has been made in terms of deployment of man and materials. Just like you said, yes, this is the first election that is coming after the new Electoral Act. Apart from that, this is also an election that is a kind of a preparatory election for 2023 election. And so the commission is using this actually as one of the elections that is using to showcase some of the things that it had been doing in terms of the technology layout it had in the recent times. And I'm not surprised really that things have been going on very well. It is not only complementary to the commission, but it also shows that some of the other associates of the commission have also done their work pretty very well. And so we expect that what we have had early in the day in terms of deployment of materials, in terms of the opening of the elections, in terms of the orderliness and a lot of things that is going to hold out till the end of the day. That's the way it ought to be. Yes, of course, there will always be room for improvement, but so far, so good.
All right. It's been good according to Andy. From your own point of view, how would you assess the Ekiti election so far?
I want to stand and share with Andy's opinion that yes, I think for us at CDD and the Electoral Elections Analysis Center, a lot of what we are also hearing, from our colleagues in the field, seems to agree with that. That after turnout, the performance of beavers, the arrival of materials, the arrival of officers as well, is something that I think a lot of people are commending. And so we can hope that it's still early days, in the elections. I think it's just past 12 now. The election is not ending until another 1.5 hours or thereabout. So I think that as the day matures, we'll get more information from the field and we begin to have a better and clear picture of what is happening. But I think at this moment, it's fair to say that yes, the election seems to have gone on quite well.
All right, election going well. For me as an observer, right here in Abuja and watching what's happening in Ekiti, before we came on air, I told you that I have concerns about the number of voters who collected their PVCs. For me, it's quite low. And, when you have such a number, just over 700,000, of course, those who will come out, there'll be other reasons why some of them can't come out. So we're looking at, say, 400, 500 coming out to vote. Is that a fair voting population?
Everything considered, I think it is fair. Actually, if you have 900 thereabouts in the registered voters, and you have 749 people collecting their PVC so far, I think if you get a turnout of 500 or 500 plus, that's quite good. We all know that yes, in every democracy, not just in this part of the world, really, it is if you get about 40%, 45% turnout, that is pretty okay. And so, yes, in the context of what we have on the ground, if you get that, for me, it will be fairly okay.
Oh, INEC seems to be okay with everything. CDD, are you also okay with, this figure? It's about those who registered and actually those who picked their PVCs and who would be voting today.
I will cut in there. You increasingly talk about INEC. I used to be INEC spokesman. I'm not, so it's good that we get it right now. So when I speak for myself now. I may have some insight, but I do not speak for INEC.
INEC, okay. All right. So let's hear you, Daya.
Well, I think it's important to put this into context. Globally, there are concerns that voter turnout is on the decline. That's established. If you look at national elections in Nigeria seem to also be following the same pattern. 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011, 15, 19, our voter turnout has been on the decline. And that's a direct function of how many people actually get to register, how many people get to collect their PVC, and eventually make it out to vote on elections. So if you look at the national average in 2019, it was about 35%. And we had in some states, again, still talking about the federal election, presidential elections. In Lagos, for example, it was just about 17% that came out. And Lagos has the largest number of registered voters in 2019, over 6 million. Now, if you're saying 17% turned out, I mean, if you went to class, I mean, if you did any exam and you have 17%, you are not just getting F, you are probably getting F raised to power 9.
True.
That's a very, very poor turnout. But if you then look at any of the states, so let's look at Ekiti State, since that's the one in focus today. If you break it down, 2014-2018 elections, in a place like Ado-Ekiti, they had a voter turnout of about 63% in Ado-Ekiti local government area. Take that to 2018, it declined to about 53%. And if you do the breakdown state by state, I think the lowest they had in any of the states was about 35%. So if we take the higher and the lower mark and we crush that and say what should be the average, it's possible to say we might be looking at something between 40 to 45% voter turnout for these elections. But however, the reason why a voter will go out to vote or not, I think it goes beyond the voter education that we provide. We need to also begin to interrogate what is it that is keeping people away. But the second point, and this is where I will stop, is also to acknowledge that voter turnout should not be the only thing that concerns us. We should also stress that conversation to how is democracy responding to the needs and the interest of the people, because I think this also occupies a significant part of the consideration to go out or not to go out.
Okay, well, you have raised a valid point. But talking about the voters' turnout, security, is one of the issues. For this particular election, we know that over 17,000 policemen have been deployed, to ensure that there's safety and, of course, voters can go out and exercise their franchise, peacefully. What would you say concerning that, the fact that each time there's an election, security men are deployed from other places, to go ensure there's security? What would happen in 2023 when the whole country would be voting? So what happens in terms of the security arrangements?
Unfortunately, that's the reality of our existence at this point in time. Every time we organize elections and we are there, this ought to be a civic, duty, but it's like it's war. Anytime you organize elections, you amass such a number of security agencies, out there, and you begin to wonder what is going on. But this is not without foundation. That's what our political elite and politicians have made of elections and politics in Nigeria. We do hope that incrementally, that gradually over time, that people are going to find out that you don't need to kill, you don't need to maim for you to actually decide to serve. This is service. For you to say you are coming to serve me or serve the people and you're ready to kill for it, then something is wrong. But in terms of the deployment of the security agencies we are having, at this point in time, we need to do it. That's the reality. We have had a situation in the past where people were making a lot of issues about deployment of even the military. I do remember this very Ekiti, where back then, I think it was in 2007 or 2000, and whatever that we had issues about the military. And people were arising, no, you don't need to call in the military, you don't need to. But there was a reason for that. And if you did not call them in, what you were going to get was not what anybody bargained for in election. Because it's the fact that in most of elections we have today, you still have killing. You still have people, politicians coming in with all sorts of things that go beyond just coming to vote. And so when we deploy 17,000 policemen in an election, it looks very massive. It looks something that is actually strange in an election, but it is all understandable. In very developed democracies, yes, you have retired servicemen and the rest of them being used because it is very civil, largely civil. But we have also known that in most of even those societies, things do happen. And so for us, for a very long time, gradually we are going to come out of it. For now, we do need it because you never know what happens.
All right, of course, one of the reasons why security would be needed would be because of women, and yes, and I'm told that pregnant women, nursing mothers, and people with disabilities are also out there in Ekiti. Ayodeji Ogunshaki has a report on that.
It's a particular polling unit here where we are having 383 eligible voters that are registered to exercise their civic responsibility this ongoing exercise. But one thing that is very noticeable here is the special attention given to pregnant women, nursing mother, and people with disability. I'm having with me one of the nursing mothers who is eagerly waiting to cast a ballot. Sister, how do you feel? What can you say about this exercise?
We thank God for this election. This election is going smoothly and very okay. For this, they are attending to us very well, especially the people that is nursing baby and the old persons. We thank God.
A good number of nursing mothers are on queue, while other eligible voters are eagerly waiting to take their turn to cast their ballots for the candidates of their choice. Equally, people with disability are given special preference in this ongoing exercise. Presently, I'm having with me one of the persons with disability, PWD. He's here to cast his ballot for the candidate of his choice. He will be telling me what is propelling his interest in taking part in this particular election. What can you say about this process?
The only thing I can say now is that the election is going fairly and there's no fighting, anything. But the only issue we are facing here now, we are facing the scanning machine problems. And so, people are coming out to vote for their right and go back to where they go.
So, for how long have you been on the queue?
It's not much time now, but we have spent more than 30 minutes that we are on this queue.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Well, with this situation, not only him, the officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission are equally attending to other electorates who are equally on the queue, waiting to take their turn, especially the elderly, which they are giving very special, particular attention to. Well, that's the situation from here. We shall be moving to other polling units to give you update about this exercise. That is the situation from here. Back to you in the studio. Thank you.
All right, many thanks, Dayo Gushaki, for that report. We're seeing pregnant women, nursing mothers coming out, to exercise their franchise. Dayo, I want to ask you, do you really think that women are interested in this process, or is it possibly the fact that there's, an undertone like vote and cook soup or something like that, that's making them to come out?
First, I think it's fair to say that women have always been interested in elections in Nigeria. Unfortunately, their level of participation has been abysmally low for a number of reasons that have been constructed by those who are, by all of us. And when I say all of us, is sometimes our laws, sometimes is the regulations and the rules in the political parties that basically just prevent and makes it difficult for women not only to come out and vote, but sometimes to even aspire for any office. But however, totally agree that yes, we've had from social media statements such as "come out and cook soup," whatever that suggests. Nigerians understand that language. In 2018, I think it was stomach infrastructure. Now it is "come out and cook food and cook soup." And this is one of the sore narrative of elections in our country. While we may all condemn it, it appears to me, and it seems right, that we are not doing enough to address this aspect of our elections.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to you, of course, on the women issue, because I'm particularly interested in, women and the electoral process. Mr. Andy, let's talk about, this particular issue. We're still talking about the women, participation in politics. From your end, the fact that you've been with INEC, what would you say is limiting the women?
You need to deal with a lot of cultural and political situation in our environment. The women are limited because what you had on the ground, actually, a lot of factors, whether it is financial, whether it is cultural, whether it's security, and all those things are things, the way they have been organized over the years, they stack against women. If you come in terms of security, we all know that it has been a violent environment in terms of electoral conduct, campaigns, and the rest of them. Women don't easily to such situations. So that's actually discouraging from coming out. If you talk in terms of financial layout and what involves for them to be actively involved, we know that at the moment they are discouraged. And so when you look at this, and then in many parts of the society, you also with a cultural affair where it is not expected that women will take frontal role. They are subjugated in such a way that they still have to be behind. But that's not what the democracy prescribes. So when you combine a whole lot of these things, you find out that actually you can understand when some of the women actually feel that we leave it for our men to go and do this. We stay back, whatever they bring up to us, we take. But we do know that we have established over time that they have a lot more integrity, they have a lot more honesty. I mean, that doesn't mean that the men are not good, so let us not put it that way. But you do know that if we can allow or create a situation where women will come a little bit more forward in participating in politics and elections, the society will be better off for it. But for now, these are factors, cultural, social, political, economic, and a whole lot of them all stack against them. We are making progress, but nothing at all to hold on to, because when you look at, you talked about two candidates, actually, in terms of the governorship candidates participating, you look at them, two candidates, the political parties are all the same, but we have the ones who are major political parties. When are they going to have women actually making it to come forward? Yes, you can be on the peripheral political parties, actually, that will allow you for you to get there. But other ones, you find out that a whole lot of resources are required, that the women do not yet meet, that condition. These are all issues that need to be, discussed. But for now, it is still a long, long walk for women actually to arrive at where they ought to be.
A long walk is the way Andrew puts it. Do you agree? Because he just made a point that women are more honest. We have integrity. I mean, if we have the power, it means that things will turn out well. So why is it a long walk?
I think you find the answers in the the impediments that he has identified. So you look at the total number of women holding senior cabinet office under the current administration. I mean, save for the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, and that's probably the most senior office that any woman is holding under this office. And you can do the same, across the states. It's the same, except for one or two, including Ekiti State, where we're talking about, where we all say, yes, this is one state that has shown a strong commitment to issues, gender issues. And I think a lot of thanks goes to the First Lady, Bisi Fahimi. So it's really a sad, again, probably another sad part of our democratic development, that in the 22, 23 years, we have seen, rather than increase, actually a decline. Under Obasanjo, we all felt, oh, this was really poor. And rather than commend him, we were hammering that administration. Unfortunately, what we have seen right now is that no administration after that has actually been able to meet that standard that the Obasanjo administration has set in terms of the number of offices for women, seniority, the influence and the voice of women in that one. And I think moving forward, this is something that should be at the front and center of democratic conversation, democracy in the country. That how do we address this deficit? If in a country where the population is almost split to half, and a significant part of women are left out, this country cannot be said to actually be firing at all cylinders. Just as Obama said, if we must fire at all cylinders, we must get all productive hands engaged, and that would mean men, youth, women, people with disabilities. We need to get everybody included in our democratic process.
Okay, I'll come back to you, but let's quickly take this report from Ekiti State, which says that electorate in Ekiti West local government are expressing satisfaction over the smooth and peaceful conduct of the governorship election in the council. Olubukola Aduwo is standing by.
I'm at Unit 14, Ward 3, Iboye House, area Ekiti, in Ekiti West local government area of the state. Voting has commenced. It started on a smooth note. The beavers at this unit is functioning well. 265 voters are expected to vote at this unit, and there is large turnout of voters as they conduct themselves in an orderly manner. Electoral officers are also doing their duties as expected. This is Mama Deborah Arowolo. She is about 80 years old and is happy to be part of the electoral process. Ni mo ti ń dìbò. Báwo wá lẹ ṣe rí ètò ìdìbò yìí sí báyìí? Àwọn ìdí náà mọ̀ á síbẹ̀ mo yé dìbò náà. Kí ẹ ti dìbò báyìí? Mi ò tí ì dìbò. Kílódé? Àwọn ti gbọ́ ti máa pè mí ìgbẹ́ tún pè mí lẹ́ẹ̀tì jẹ́ mi dìbò. Kí la fẹ́ sọ fún àjọ INEC? Kí la fẹ́ sọ fún àjọ INEC? Mẹ́mọ̀ kan irí o kan ká kí gbogbo rẹ̀ dára, kí gbogbo rẹ̀ sùn, kó rọrùn dé gbogbo Nàìjíríà, àtọmọ Nàìjíríà, gbogbo Nàìjíríà kí ètùbà kí ètùsẹ́. Yes, Mama says she has been voting since the days of late Pa Awolowo, and that she prays that everything will be fine, everything will go well today, while commending INEC for coming up with a smooth and seamless exercise. I'm also here with Oluwole Michael, who just turned 18 and is happy to be part of the electoral process. So how do you feel coming here today to vote?
I'm happy to be vote today, and I'm 18 years now, so I'm happy.
I now need to move to the next town for more stories. It's back to you in the studio.
Right, Olubukola there also has another report on first-time voters who could not hide their excitement, in contributing their quota to the democratic growth of the nation. Let's see this report, and it's coming from Efon local government area of Ekiti State.
Thank you, studios. I'm at Ward 4, Unit 12, Enugwa, Oniyo area, F1 Laye, in F1 local government area of Ekiti State. And at this unit, we have 560 voters who registered and are expected to participate in the election. Out of the 560 voters, I have 2 young ladies who are just voting for the very first time. So how do you feel voting for the very first time?
I feel great. I feel good voting for the very first time. And the polling unit is very peaceful and good. So I was so happy voting for the very first time.
So what advice do you have for young people like you?
I would advise them to go, maybe when they are 18, I would advise them to go for their registration to go and vote for their, so that they can vote for the people they love, they like, and do some other things in the voters card.
Thank you so very much. I also have another lady who will also be telling us her experience. So how do you feel voting for the
I feel good, but it's somehow stressful. But still, I still feel good.
So, any advice for young people like you?
My advice for them is that they should get their own voters card as soon as possible for the next elections.
Thank you so very much. So that's the situation here. I hope to give you more updates as events unfold.
Many thanks, Olubukola, right there at F4 Alaye, local government area of Ekiti State. And I have Dayo here, who is very happy about the fact that, things are going well in Ekiti. Now, you just saw that report on young people, coming out to exercise their franchise, and they're excited about it. Do you really think that we'll see more of that in 2023? And is it good for our democracy?
Short answer, extremely good for our democracy. Unless we get our young people involved in the electoral process, the future of our democracy is imperiled. They will sustain it ultimately when you and I have passed on. So we need to get them, interested and actively participating. So it's a good thing that we're saying that. Now, does that suggest that we'll see more of 2023? We'll have to be deliberate and intentional about that. I think it's not enough that, yes, we are seeing them come out this time around. We will need to continue to do more. Take the example of what happened in 2019. In 2019, and I'm happy that an INEC person, or former INEC person, is here. In 2019, INEC recorded, I think, about 14 or 15 million fresh voters. But in the same period, national turnout plunged. And a significant number of those that actually collected their PVC didn't come out. So, just as I said earlier, we need to understand the psyche. What is keeping people away? Part of it, like I said earlier, is not just about the voter education or the insecurity. It's also that the bigger governance conversation, people trusting government or losing trust in government, beyond security and all of that. So we need to be able to make all of those connections that, yes, INEC is doing its bit, the police are doing their bit, civil society groups are doing their bit, but those who are responsible and charged with administering our resources and running the machine of government, they have the bigger role to play in ensuring that when people vote, they are demonstrating their confidence in the system. The system should return that confidence and make sure it is working for them. For me, that's the bigger conversation we need to have as a people and as a nation.
Yeah, really, I like the perspective you're looking at all of this. Is not really about this electoral process. It's about having democracy that works, so that when it's time for elections, we won't be having or asking these issues or these questions, because everybody will just be out there and ready to do the needful, because they can see the money that is working. So Andy, from your own perspective, still on the young people, showing interest in Ekiti election. Looking at the statistics, from 1999 till now, is there an improvement? And if there is, what does that portend for us, our democracy?
Well, the improvement had been, topsy-turvy. It goes up and go down, but we are beginning to see something that we still need to, watch. Let's see how it plays out. The introduction of the online registration by the Commission has actually played some part in galvanizing the youth to come, and actually a whole lot of young people have registered. They have shown that willingness, to come forward to register. And in recent times, we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm that goes with a lot more of them now coming out massively in the last 1 month, 2 months, to come and actually show, that inclination that they want to get registered. And we want to believe, we are hoping that coming out to register is one thing. Turning out on the election day to do this is another thing altogether, and that is the one that matters a lot. Now, what we pray and what we are seeing is that the young people, instead of staying back and complaining, that they have come to that point, they have come to that juncture where they really have to decide that we want to really take back our society. You must have seen things gone so wrong, and I think that is what is happening in recent times. So I think what we are seeing now, and I want to believe every indicator is that they are going to turn out in 2023. What is happening is that they have watched the situation got so bad all over the place, that they actually want to step forward and take back their country. And if they do that, that would be so nice. Somebody made a joke some time ago that the young generation are sitting back and the older generation or the old generation is telling them that you're leader of tomorrow. And they continue to push forward the tomorrow and it never comes. So it looks like they are getting at that point where they say, no, wait a bit. We actually want to make that tomorrow come right away and we want to play a part in it. If you are waiting for anybody to give you that, from those who are on the scene now managing the situation, they are not going to give you that. And there's also a joke we used to have in some of the political parties where you have the youth leader being somebody who is probably in his 60s and he is the youth leader, things like that.
Yes.
So now it is up to the young generation of Nigerians, and they are showing the inclination to do that, and we do pray. Another factor that we need to deal with is, whenever we talk about voter education enlightenment, every light turns to the Electoral Commission. The political parties need to do a lot more. The CSOs are doing a lot. In fact, they are working closely with the commission, but the political parties are still lacking. Your enlightenment and your mobilization of the youth, it doesn't have to wait until the election time when you really need to go and tell them to collect PVC and come out. No, it has to be consistent over time. That's how to build the force that you use when the election comes up. So if you look at Electoral Commission, the CSOs, one factor, one side that is lacking in terms of the intensity of work they're supposed to do is the political parties. They are not doing enough in that direction. All they are concerned with at this point in time is election. Picking a candidate by whatever means and then coming out to go and harass people to come and vote. But you can work on these things for 3 years or 4 years. That way, you build up a force that you are going to call when the election comes up. But all we have now, I can tell you, is encouraging. We have reason to be optimistic that from what we're seeing, the youth are going to step out beyond what we have seen in the past.
Okay. Andy made a very valid point talking about sensitization and enlightenment about voting. I'm foreseeing something. The fact that we have people voting for the first time in this election. Do you think that we would not have more invalid votes? Because have they been properly sensitized? About the voting process and what should be done, what shouldn't be done, and all of that. What's your assessment? In this regard.
Well, we'll need to wait until the end of the elections to be able to establish, indeed, if there is an increase in the number of invalid votes. But suffice to say that one of the things that I know INEC has also been paying attention to significantly and through the reforms is to actually reduce the number of votes that become invalid. So there is massive public sensitization. How do you vote? Practically everywhere you go to, INEC's educational materials often will include this. But at the beginning of the opening of every voting exercise as well, the officers have that responsibility to again tell them this is how the process will be. You are going to join the queue, and then from there you're going to go and do the accreditation. You go through accreditation, then you bring your PVC. We are going to check this, and then we will give you this. So you find that INEC is really on top of this issue of how do we minimize voter invalidation in our elections. But like I said, really, there's always that risk that for those first-time comers, they'll face this challenge. But there are several things that are in place to help them avoid that, including posters that you also find at the PUs.
You want to say something?
Yes, I just want to add that, if you check the number of new voters that we are having, the younger people turning 18, most of these have education level that is above the average. These are either people who are in the universities or who have just left secondary school. In terms of having invalid votes, we do want to believe, but because one of the things that lead to you having a high number of that actually is illiteracy. People who are not well lettered. If you have the younger generation of people who are coming up, most of them quite savvy in the use of technology, and but election is not yet that technology driven, but they are quite enlightened and educated. We do not expect that you are going to have a high number of invalid votes from these young voters. They are educated enough for them to know, the symbols and all those things. No, that's not where that's not where the problem comes.
Just to interject, add to that, this intentional effort to actually simplify the electoral processes. I think that's something that is very important part of solving this problem.
Okay, solving the problem. You mentioned earlier that the sensitization of voters should not be left to INEC alone. That's political parties, CSOs, the National Education Agency, and of course other agencies that are saddled with that responsibility. Talking about enlightening the public. Do you also share the same view? And then again, should we wait till when it's election day, or for example, we're planning for 2023. All right. So should we start now, or should we wait till when it's election day to actually enlighten people?
So it depends on what you are referring to by enlightenment. If your enlightenment is about political, conscientization, political education for the Nigerian public, this is something that should run year to year. Educating people about democracy, educating citizens about their rights, educating citizens about democratic processes, how do you participate in politics? All of that should be something that runs throughout the year. And it's something that you can work into our educational curriculum. It's something that can, radio programs, this can run from year to year. But however, if the focus is on voter education, then we can begin to ask the question, how frequently should you make it? How soon should you run it? Do you want to run it 6 months to the elections when people are likely to forget? Do you want to start 1 month to the elections? And even when you decide we're going to start 1 month to the elections, what's the barest minimum that you need to provide as information to the public, and who should be responsible for this? Again, this will be my final take on this. While we are talking about voter and citizens education, we also must connect this to the cost of elections.
All right, cost of elections. I'll take you up on that. But let's just quickly go to Ado-Ekiti now, where Tayo Osho has an update for us. Tayo.
All right. Thank you, Heron. This is polling unit 13 in Ward 2 in Igogo Ekiti in Moba local government area of Ekiti State. This unit has a total number of 309 voters, and 79 of them have voted. There are still quite a number of them still in the queue waiting to exercise their franchise. And so a lot of them are complaining that the BVAS is not recognizing their faces and is not recognizing their fingerprints. And the electoral officer on ground to also confirm they're having a bit of a challenge with the BVAS. He actually told us that he had contacted his superior, and they are going to make a necessary arrangement to ensure that the people vote before the close of voting here. And I have with me two brothers, actually. One of them has voted, and his brother who came with him is here to vote. And we both be telling us their experiences in this polling unit. I have with me Ajibade Bamiteko, who has already exercised his franchise. Ajibade,
yeah.
what's the situation here and how was the process?
When we started in the morning, it was we came very early as on schedule. And by 8:30, we were all here to get accredited and get our votes counted. But unfortunately, as we were going on, the beavers got fought and we couldn't print again. We even gave options. If we can probably do the capturing by taking pictures of people, the voters, but it didn't work. So that is, I have voted. At the end of the day, I voted, then it started working again. But for few people, it has not been working now. So, and they are here on the line, still waiting to be accredited and get their votes count. So that's what we are doing.
All right, Irene, I still have with me. One of those affected is a brother to Ajibade who has not been able to exercise his franchise. They came together, but Ajibade still has to wait for him because he's yet to vote. What is your experience like?
My experience is that we have been here this morning and the machine has failed to recognize our fingerprints, has failed to recognize our faces, and so they also continue to wait. So we have been waiting since then. So no, that is exactly why we are waiting and we are asking them that they must do something so that we are not disenfranchised. We don't want to be disenfranchised, yes.
Thank you very much, Irene. That's the situation here at Ward 13 presently.
Thanks, Tayo. I like the way you interviewed, the electorate there. One who has exercised his franchise and the other yet
It's
to.
a bit rowdy here because the people are impatient. They are getting impatient. So it's a bit of a noise here at the Unit 13 in Igogo Ekiti.
Thank you, Tayo. Thank you. Okay, now I'll just quickly come to you, Mr. Isiani. You saw that beautiful report.
Yeah.
What's happening at the moment. Now that was live. Some have voted, others can't vote because of the beavers. When are we going to get it right? With this technology, because it's one of the reasons why elections are getting more expensive, the introduction of technology. And then now it's slowing down the process. You just heard her, her last remark was the fact that it's getting rowdy, and of course, other things can begin to happen from such situation.
There are a lot of issues to take on this. First and foremost is for us, when you talk about one of the reasons why election cost is getting high because of technology. No, in the short run, it will seem so. But in the long run, I think it will bring down the cost of election. That is one. Secondly, is that if we take the reports we have been having from the beginning of this program to now, we have gone from local government to local government, and you have seen it is running smoothly here, it is running smoothly here, all over the place. And now you have some areas where you have hitches. Naturally, you should expect there is no perfect situation. I mean, I'm sorry, I have to do this like I'm doing INEC job in terms of, no, but it's the reality that you are going to have some problems here and there. The major issue that is there is when you have these glitches and problems, how soon are they resolved? If you check what is happening now, what we are seeing in the reports in Ekiti and the other past elections, I want to believe from the report we are having is that there has been some improvement in the working of the beavers. This, technology was introduced not too long ago to help the process, the electoral process, and it is doing fairly well. We will expect that we are having some issues at the moment, but in a matter of time. There is one point that I need to make even before we go from this, and that is what I expect the election officials should tell them. All those who are on the queue there, they will invariably vote. They will resolve this issue. I want to believe so. But they need to calm them down, because whoever joins that queue and you come there, invariably they will call people from somewhere, nearby to come and help them resolve it, which I hope they will do, but they will all vote.
All right. We hope that, the issue is resolved in areas where, they're having challenges with the beavers or any other, thing as regards the election. Okay, so we'll just quickly continue, but I'm sure. Okay, let's join Ado Ekiti. I'm sure Fisayo Ogunfuyi is there to give us more updates on what's happening on ground.
Of some of our communities here, although Efon is actually Efon Alai. That one is, if you say Efon, you are talking mosquito there. But with the proudly place is Sigogo Ekiti. And you know, the Reverend gentleman here and doctor were just looking at that. It seems as if people feel as if as it's getting closer to 2 or 2:30, they should get their term recognized, or at least their facials, so that we can get their, you know, so that they could be able to be a part of this process, doctor.
I think number when you come out to cast your votes and do your civic duties, that don't have the feeling that you maybe disenfranchised by the system or by any other features. And I hope that for people on the queue, the INEC will make a vision for them so that they can you know, cast their votes without any, despite the technical issues.
That's an agrarian community known more for, you know, cassava production and gari, sacks of gari and all that. That's the farmers have taken time out to come, and I was just jokingly discussing with Reverend to say that perhaps these are farmers, and the term could have been obliterated by cutlasses and hoes and all that. So the facial recognition will come handy at this time because of you know, the crude tools that may be used at times you know, to get the earth to speak to them. So I think if the facial recognition option could also come in terms of using all the features of the beavers, could help this process.
Yes, we have seen instances where the beavers did not recognize the thumb, but they have to deploy it for facial recognition in the morning. So for people in Igogo Ekiti that are facing this kind of problem, the suggestion to INEC is that they should use the beaver for facial recognition, because the people will become agitated as the time is drawing towards a close. So many people are still waiting to be accredited. So they might be thinking what happens after 2:30. I was just discussing with doctor that, well, for those of them who are already in that polling unit, who queue so that they can still be there till about 5 or thereabout in the evening to cast their vote, in as much as they are available at the voting center as at 2:30 p.m. So I don't think there is any reason for them to be so agitated.
We brought most of a lot of the candidates to you, and of course, especially the women candidates as well. The candidate of People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the governorship election, BC Kolawole, has cast his ballot at Ward 8, Unit 1, circuit in FNLA, a local government area. Addressing journalists after performing his franchise, Kolawole says he's impressed and I think so. He will commend the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for seamless coordination of the process, and of course the security agencies for maintaining peace and order.
So far, so good. We started voting here at about 8:40. I was the first to vote between 8:35 8:40, and the introduction of the beaver has accelerated the process of voting. You know, in the past, you have accreditation, you go, you come back, but voting follows immediately after the verification of your card, and it's a great improvement on the part of the INEC. I just hope they will keep improving. And we have had relative peace here. So far, so good. There is no limit to the kind of improvement you can have. We are not there yet. We are not there yet. I hope with time they will keep improving. They will study what has happened now. They will build on that.
All right, candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Bisola Oli, also commending the process so far, just as you have attested to having gone through the process this morning. That's we've seen, there's a little bit of contrast, and we know that there'll be more of these machines around. So for places like Igogo, if some could also be deployed there to replace the ones that may not be functioning optimally, that could also help the process, Doctor.
Yes, I believe that INEC has a strategy in place to backup solutions for these kind of situations. Uh, However, I think they should also address these people so that they calm them down and avoid increasing levels of agitation in the in the in that particular location. However, this incident should not be seen as a discredit to the entire process because unless we have it widespread, and so far so good, we are only seeing it in this in a limited number of places. No, only Google for now. We have not recorded it in any other places. No report of that yet.
And so that shouldn't be a basis for much agitation, Reverend.
No, that shouldn't be a reason for agitation. One thing that we know is that, just like Doctor said, there is always a backup solution. If the polling supervisor can quickly contact the local government quarter, they will be able to deploy another driver to that location, and they can continue their electoral process. That shouldn't give any cause for alarm.
We're about an hour and 15 minutes to the end of it. But if voters, you are still on the line, the rule is that the last man at that point at 2:30 must also participate in the process. And so far so good from every area that we've been getting reports. But as it's going now, especially from the farthest parts of the state towards Kogi, Umoke, and all the rest of them are coming down, how long would they take normally to get here in terms of the coalition and all that?
The process of coalition one, we have to start at the World Coalition Center before they move on to the local government coalition center. So at the close of poll at 2:30, it is expected that the polling units, that the presiding officer, the party agent, will now count the votes and post it accordingly, and each of the party agents will go with a copy. Before they can get to World Coalition Center, it can't be earlier than 3-4, and from there they go to local government coalition center, and they will be there till maybe 7:30 or 8. And before they start coming down to Ado Ekiti, that should be between 8 in the evening to maybe 8:30, and Omuoke, which is the farthest part of the state to Ado Ekiti, cannot take more than 1 hour 30 minutes. So hopefully, where all things being equal, we are expecting that result will start coming from local government to Ado Ekiti at about 9:10 in the evening, so that all the necessary logistics will have been put in place. By now, the activation of the World Coalition Center will have started, so that immediately they start arriving, the World Coalition officer will be on at his desk, ready to receive results from the various polling units.
Apart from the obvious, challenges we've spoken about in past elections in the state, are there any other things to look out for? We've talked about, people trying to corrupt the system, but what other issues have we seen in past elections that you're not seeing this time that could also be reversals of some kind of past back?
Essentially, the major problem, which hopefully we can go for, that we have not experienced now, is the issue of insecurity. Because these people will be traveling late in the evening, and in the past few months back, we have seen incidences of kidnapping around some areas of Ekiti State. So if somebody is traveling at night with results, supposing he or she is kidnapped, then the result will be kidnapped also. So that will impact negatively on the result. But we are hoping that with the presence of security, yesterday the Nigerian police helicopter was moving around the state, policing the entire state. So we strongly believe that with the security architecture put in place by Nigerian police, the Nigerian army, the civil defense, and the intelligence units, we are hoping that the issue of insecurity will be tackled headlong and result will get to Ado-Ekiti as quickly as possible.
All right, we are getting closer and closer, to the end of voting. You want to make an intervention?
I want to add to what Reverend has just said. In the last election, we witnessed the impartiality, the partisanship, seeming partisanship of the security agencies, in which some parties were blocked from holding a rally, and we saw one of the major actors putting his hands in a sling and shouting, "I'm in pain, I'm in pain, I'm in pain," which became a national slogan. But in this particular election, we have seen professionalism to a very high extent from the security agencies. I think we can give the security agencies a pass mark in this aspect.
All right. Also moving on, we like I was just saying that we're getting, closer to, close of vote as for 2:30. But of course, most times it won't just end. It has to just be whoever is, on the line, either the last person on the line, at that time. But we've gone to many areas. These new polling centers, it seems as if a lot of people are not really there. There was the smaller numbers in those places as against, the more established ones that we used to do.
Yes, what actually happened was that the old polling units, they exceeded the number about 1,000. So they created the new polling units to alleviate the problems of the old polling
larger polling units.
Yes.
They're not voting points.
Yes. Then two, to bring the polling unit closer to the people. So these new polling units have less than 500 voters on their list. So hopefully now that people now recognizes this new, there will be transfer to those new polling units later on. And subsequently, more people will register into this new polling unit. So the new polling unit at this election, relatively, they are having fewer numbers of voters to attend to.
Is that also your... So most likely, the newer polling units will witness perhaps they will wrap up their processes much faster.
Yes, they're probably taking care of the
overflow.
All right, let's take this one. People from other states living in Ekiti State, especially farmers in the Ogbese Ward 5, polling unit 3, are concerned about who governs the state as they have come out en masse to cast their ballot. Kendi Durodola has a situation report.
This is Ogbese in the local government area of the state. 90% of people that live in this community are farmers. And also, they came from other states, but they are doing their business here in the state. Concerned about who govern them. That is why their number are here to cast their ballot. This particular polling unit is polling unit 003, Ward 5, Open Space Market, Ogbese, Ekiti State. With me here is Sunday, who is from Kwara State. Sunday, how you feel when on the field, despite the fact that you are not from this state?
As you can see, I'm here so long. I'm here for voting. Then, as you are looking at me now, I'm a farmer here, working here. Then I come here to vote for my own choice. Then I feel everything I'm doing good, as you can see.
I also have with me Johnson, who is from Kogi State. He's also a farmer in this community. Sunday, you are from Kogi State and you are here in Ogbese, where you do your business. Yes, what do you expect from anybody that emerges as governor of the state, especially for farm? We thank God for the few and fair election. Thank God, we are living here, I'm born here, I brought up here. So I'm also a farmer, I'm working here, so we thank God for the few and fair election. So we pray that God should help us to make the election successful. Yes, children, you heard from them. They are from different communities, from other states, but they do their business here in the state, and they are concerned about who govern them. That is why they are here in their numbers. Back to you, studio.
Thank you for that report. Just explain to us the uniqueness of this particular ward, this environment. We see a lot of influx of people from neighboring states and communities coming to, do their businesses, farm and all that there. So it's a unique coloration to that particular one. Of course, the Ikitis now for all intents and purposes, but just explain to us, what we just heard from our report.
Thank you, Mr. You see that location of this area around this local government is a farm settlement where people from Oshun, Kogi, Kwara, they were there working on cocoa farm settlements. In fact, many of them were born there. They grew up and they have all their livelihood in that location. So anywhere that one is staying, living, and contributing to the socio-economic development of that place, we can say they are already becoming indigenous of that area. And they have every right to exercise their franchise. And that is why you see a large turnout of these people participating and taking interest in who becomes the governor. Just like in the city, they also needed all basic amenities of life. They want pipe and water, they want electricity, they want good schools. So they too, without participating in the electoral process, then their aspiration will not be met. So I think it is proper for them to have registered and then to participate in the election process.
All right, we've spoken about, visitors who have become indigenous. We've also spoken about women and, of course, youths participating in this process, a lot of youths. But in this next report, we hear from Charles Alpha, who has spoken to an 83-year-old man who was eager to participate in the process.
There are 11 wards in Ekiti, and Mr. Olufemi Owotomo, 83, defied all odds to be at his polling unit to perform his civic duty in Ado-Ekiti.
Well, I'm around 80. I'm about 80. I think anybody who can come here to what you do, which I've done.
The same act of patriotism goes for those who are patiently and peacefully waiting their turns to verify their identities through the bimodal voters accreditation system. The process has been seamless because the voters have comported themselves in an orderly manner.
The process, of course, is very peaceful, fine, and everything is going well.
So early in the morning, I came around 7 to 8. But I didn't see the INEC or any observer in here. So I'll go for my man of my mind. So that is it.
There is no problem at all in the voting. So it's only there was delay in starting the voting.
And by 9:30, in over 80% of polling stations, accreditation and voting had commenced. And what that suggests is, to a large extent, it appears INEC managed the logistics from this initial stage around arrival. But in this particular polling unit where I am, the first voter voted about 10:35 a.m. this morning. But you can see there are a lot of people here in this polling station. They are patient, and we really commend the people. They are determined to cast their vote. The voting has just commenced. We expect that now that the voting commenced here very late, at 10:30 or 10:35, that INEC will ensure that everyone who is on the queue votes and cast their ballot.
So far, the roads are empty, and there hasn't been any reported case of violence or vote buying, even though some group of persons wanted to initiate the move, but were strongly resisted. In Ado-Ekiti, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
They were resisted, Charles Alpha, but I couldn't resist the smoothness of that report. Reverend Tu was shaking his head. Baba wanted to be a part of it, whatever it is this time around, just to make sure that, they also contribute their quota because it's part of nation building, the leadership recruitment exercise, Reverend. And in those places that Charles went to, the crowd was quite impressive.
Yes, because this is a particular election that generated a lot of enthusiasm from the public. One will see that the turnout was impressive everywhere because the people are actually prepared. They have been mobilized. They have been sensitized. Political education process has gone on even from the party, then to the community level, from the church, from the market women, from the religious circle. So now we can say there will be a remarkable improvement in the number of people that actually turns out to vote and participate. And that is exactly what we are seeing. That an old man of 83 years, despite all odds, find the time to come out to exercise his franchise because he too must contribute to determining who governs him. And we can see somebody that is on a walking stick equally came out to exercise. And even the voting started at about 10:30, but the massive crowd is still there. So what we just encourage the presiding officer of that unit is to ensure that everybody as at 2:30 in that polling unit are allowed to cast their vote. That is when their vote will count.
All right, doctor. In that, scenario, not everywhere has been like that, but where you start at 10:35, that would mean that we'll wait a bit longer for results coming from that process because already we can see the numbers there. It looks like a very huge polling unit, so there might be some delays.
Yes, there's likely to be something that's an exception in that place for all the people who have come out and who are there at 2:30 to be able to exercise their franchise. So automatically that may translate into results.
All right, let's quickly, doctor, if you don't mind, let's quickly join Olubukola Aduo. She has a live situation report for us. She's somewhere there. Buki, if you can hear us from the studio, I understand there's some new developments that you might want to tell our viewers.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, studios. I'm at Ward 12, polling unit 12, Ward 2 at Aramoko Ekiti in Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State. And at this polling unit, they seem to be having challenges with the BVAS machine. So I have here with me one of the eligible voters who is there to tell us what happened and how we can get out of this situation.
Well, what I noticed when I first came here was that the BVAS machine was not working effectively well. But I think they have overcome the problem now. It's now working, and the queue has reduced considerably. Going around, I've been to a couple of polling booths around. I haven't voted, and I discovered that things are going on peacefully here in Aramoko and indeed in Ekiti West in general.
So what can INEC do to ensure that we don't have such reoccurrence?
Well, technical issues, and there's not a particular solution. I'm sure over time they will overcome it. It's technical. It's not a thing that we can say you have to do specific things. Okay.
So thank you, studios, for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bukola Aduo. It seems as if we're now having a few of these incidents. I wonder if it's, maybe it has anything to do with heat. Maybe some of these machines have been done in other climes. When our sun touches them, they become a bit shy. But that's for the technical people to begin to interrogate. So as we go on, because these machines will play a very big role next year, and of course in a few weeks also in Osun State. And I'm sure Osun people are watching keenly they are neighbors of Ekiti State. There's a road pass that we go past Okemese axis and then get into Osun. So the election fever too is beginning to build that axis as well. What can they learn from this process, Doctor?
Well, I think what the takeaway from what you're saying is that, generally speaking, the Beavers machine performed relatively well in this election. Like all machines, there could be technical issues, and up to this moment, we've only had 2 of such incidences in the studio here. The one at Igogo and the one at a particular ward in Aramoko. Aramoko is the local government headquarters, so it will not be difficult for INEC to get a backup from the local government office where they probably kept their materials. So I think we still do not have any cause for alarm up to this point.
All right, Reverend. We've seen, even in spite of a few hiccups, the responses and the general mood of the people has not been dampened. They have spoken quite, eloquently about being a part of the process and gently following the process through. That seems as if the character of the people is also showing through, because we've seen scenarios where just one incident sparks up a lot of problems in some other climes. But we should also commend the people for the way they have taken to the process and they're patiently, especially in Charles Safa's last report, where there's a huge number of people, but we can see that there's not much in terms of agreement.
We saw a level of sincerity on the part of INEC. The people knew that in 1 or 2 places where the beavers malfunctioned, it was not a deliberate attempt by INEC to disenfranchise them or to do anything untoward in the electoral process. So the people's morals are not damping. They are enthusiastic. They want to be a part of the process, seeing that INEC is sincere in everything they are doing. People can see a measure of transparency in the activities of INEC. And don't forget, Pusai, that BVAS is a technical something. It's purely technology. So there is no way that it will function like human mind. So in 1 or 2 places, maybe like you rightly said, heat, or even the battery might have been going down. So all of these are those things that INEC should look into and factor in means of improving it in subsequent election. More importantly, in the forthcoming gubernatorial election in Osun State.
All right,
that will be an improvement upon what we are having here.
We were doing some kind of election mapping earlier, and you were telling us about the places we expect huge volume of votes to come from: Ado, Ikere, Ikole. Now let's talk about Ikole a bit and see the voting process from that axis. That's Ekiti East, if I'm correct. Ikole is a local government. Is a local government. So we have Ikole and Ekiti East local government areas. Ayode Jogun Shaki has been in that area and filed this report. All right, even I could see it's a family affair. Even they're asking the INEC officials, where's my party? Yeah, the old women there, they want to How will I know your party? It's quite interesting on election morning and election day. Of course, we'll be giving you some other stories as well. That's Ikole axis and Ekiti East as well, the Lower Moba, Ijesha Shrikiati, and that axis. That's huge, at least as far as it is concerned, huge population in that area, and they could prove decisive as well.
Yes, Ikole local government is one of the fringe area that we are expecting a sizable number of votes from. It's made up of about 12 wards and with a massive voting population. So we should be expecting, from what we have seen in the video clips shown, we have seen that the turnout was actually very high. And Ilumoba, Ijan, down to Isegba, down that is linking Omo, is another local government.
That's Boeing.
That is, we have Boeing, and then we have Ekiti starting off from Simbodi down to Omo. So Boeing is having about 10 west, and the same thing Ekiti East. So from those corners of the state, we should be expecting a sizable number of votes from the electorate in those areas. But Ikole is one of the 5 prominent areas that we should be expecting, apart from Ado Ekiti. Ikole come next. Then we have Ilawe. Then we have Ikere, like that. So we are hoping that with this kind of turnout for this election, we should be hoping to move beyond 43% we had in 2018 turnout. We should be having close to between 55 to 60% level of turnout this election.
All right, we have this report from Owa Iludun, Ekiti Palace, where voting has been concluded. Olukemi Sani is standing by to give us an update.
The ward in front of the palace of Afi Owa Iludun of Ekiti. Here with me, I have Olajide Sunday, who has just performed his civic responsibility at Iludun Ward 2. Mr. Olajide Sunday, can you tell us how the exercise went?
Looking at the way the exercise was going, it had been a job well done on the part of the INEC, because everything went smoothly according to how it should have gone. Because by the time I got to my polling unit, they scanned the voter's card, everything went through, and then printing everything within just 2 minutes has just been all right. So kudos to the INEC. They have learned from the previous mistake and they have corrected themselves. It's been a job well done.
From Afi Owa Iludun Ekiti in Ekiti State, this is Olukemi Sani.
Yeah, all right. Don't worry, Kemi. I will give you mic holding allowance because of that, the height of your respondent. Yeah, but that is that. It seems as if the process was quite fast there. In that polling, they have concluded. They're just waiting for maybe any other person to come in, and then they will just, until 30 when it will officially end. But for now, no.
Yes, because to start early is to end early. So if they started on the dot of 8:30, there is possibility, which in a situation where each of the electorate is only using maximum of 5 minutes, and you have about 500 people on queue. So within the span of maybe 2-3 hours, they are done.
Let me stay with you because I know that region is that what you will call Ilejemeje.
That's
that means that there are about 7 communities.
No, it's not even what we're having there. They're up to 7. We have Iludun, Edauniyo, Iye, Ijeshamodu. Just about 7 smaller communities coming together to form a local government.
Like how many polling units do?
I may not know the exact number, but they're having just 10 wards. They're having 10 wards.
Doctor, that's amazing. They're almost done there.
Yes. this attests to the general assessment of the election of being smooth and without any jokes or delays, and except for those two places where we saw issues with the papers. So I think that should be the general outcome of most places.
How far is that area from the center, Madrid?
Under 45 minutes.
Perhaps this will be some of the earlier results that we may get based on what we have seen from
under 45 minutes we get from BJBJ.
Moving on, from there, we've seen some, general, when we look at some of the pictures we've seen, it seems as if in some areas, people vote and go. In some other areas, they are voting, but they're still watching the vote.
You have two opposing camps in that environment. You want to see what is going to happen to our votes. That's one. Then you want to monitor the process. So if a governorship candidate is coming from a particular community and you have another party stalls from that same community, then you can mobilize your members to say, okay, we have voted true, but let us police our votes in case something happens. So let us make sure that this process, we police it, monitor it, then get the results out. Then we can now go back home.
Well, but we have, INEC has put in new, innovation to perhaps check all those things. In one of the neighboring states where sometimes, when you are coming from the riverine area and they are going through the river, sometimes votes may change, based on some, past elections. But in this case, from the polling center, you can polling unit, you can do some uploading, even there's a viewing portal, there are all that things. So the issue of watching it as if they are writing it with biro or pencil, does it come up?
Okay. Now, the tragedy of not watching your votes is when you don't watch your votes and whatever is counted and is written and is uploaded, then it becomes a problem. You understand what I'm saying? So the process of getting the correction or getting the error or whatever corrected will be maybe more cumbersome than sitting down to monitor that process. So by the time you get it, you count your votes at that particular polling unit and you are done with it, then you get this, what's it called? The forms filled and snapped and uploaded. Then you can say, okay, yes, we've done a good job. Let another thing go to the local government relation center. But there's one thing I also want to bring out in this election. We've been talking about the conduct of the people, the conduct of the security agencies, the conduct of the electoral management body, INEC. We also commend the leading candidates in this particular election. The poor being of a civil disposition and gentlemanly character, and in the times past, we had candidates, even by word of mouth, instigating act of violence. But right now, we'll see that the gentlemen and the women in this election have been of very good comportment. Thereby, the followership takes this cue from the candidates.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We thank you so much. You have been here, Dr. Olaoluwa, doing the morning shift with us up till this time. I'm not sure whether you still want to be part of the process, but there's still a good time if you can get down to your unit. And of course, to Reverend Olabode, who is also coming here to help us both physically and spiritually to make sure that this shift has been a success. Eric John is right there, who has been watching us all the way from Abuja, and she's there. Of course, I know you have a few, observations to make as well, as we continue to give you reports of the situation here on ground. We've been here for a day and a half, 2 days and a half in Ekiti. Their hospitality and disposition has been warm like the Ikogosi warm spring. And the expectation here is higher than Olosunta and the Orole Hills of Ikere Ekiti. It's over to you, Henry.
Many thanks, Fisayo Ogunfuyi. So nice listening to you all the time. And many thanks for that mosquito correction, by the way. And yeah, when you're coming back to Abuja, I want some of the pounded yam and some of the extras you get from AKT. Okay, so my colleague there, I'm sure we've been following the discussion and watching the reports from our correspondents on the field, about this election. Now it's almost 2:30. So, of course, the process should be rounding off now in some parts where they have gotten it right. Before we went to Ekiti, I was with you. We're talking about the fact that the beavers was not functioning right in some places, and you said everyone would be, given an opportunity to vote. Now, the question is when? Now it's about 2:30. Are we going to see an extension in some places? What's likely going to happen?
No, the rule says that if you're already on the queue, if you enter the queue, if they have any problem like this, because they are going to call for assistance from the nearby areas, they will address that problem, and everybody that entered the queue will vote. In extreme situations, where nothing can be done and the situation leads to you are not voting for that day, they are going to hold it back and then give you the appointment to come tomorrow and complete it. But it rarely gets to that point. Whatever is ailing the beavers actually is always something that they can either attend to it or replace it. And the fact that you have a whole lot of the machine working elsewhere, that simply means that even if you don't complete this by 2:30 or thereabout, they can move other things and then try to give replacement and do it. The most important thing, and I think it is very interesting in this, is that I think it is in the minority areas that you have this, that generally this seems to be an improvement from what you had in Anambra State. And I think that is what we should expect, that gradually over time. Yes, you have hitches and glitches here, but that as you move into the next election, the problem and the complaints drop and drop and drop. Yes, it's going to be a long way for you to have that perfection of 100%, but I think what we have had here is an improvement, and I do believe that the areas where they have had these complaints, I want to believe that is something that they can address, so that nobody, as they were expressing the fear there, will get disenfranchised. I don't expect that anybody will.
Okay, Dio, I'll come to you, still on this beavers issue, because, I remember that you dropped your thoughts about the cost of elections and all of that. And when I mentioned the fact that the technology is, increasing the cost, because INEC will tell you, well, purchasing this, purchasing that, and, making the votes really very high, I mean, how much money they are getting. But, he said in the long run, it's going to make it cheaper. So I would like your thoughts as regards, this beavers issue. This is just one state, and I'm sure that INEC would have, prepared and probably got backup beavers and all of that. When it comes to 2023, everybody is voting. If it malfunctions, what happens? All right. And then, do you really think that, with the way the country is run, the way we do things in this country, we will get it right as far as this technology is concerned?
So let's start with what happens where there are difficulties or technical hitches. I think it's to the credit of INEC that it has also developed a remedial plan for those who are on the field. So there are usually extras of the beavers machines that can be deployed. But before you then get to the point of deployment, there are also roving technical assistance team. So which means that they can quite easily call anyone from that cohort of technical support who are with them on the field. So they are not moving people from Abuja, for example, to go fix a problem in Ekiti. They are there on ground as well. And I was really excited, on my way down here, also hearing that in some places where there were initial difficulties between 8:30, 9 o'clock, just as at the beginning, that some of these things were beginning to work. But the fact that they had thought about it and put in place structures, I think it's to the credit. Now, move that to say Osun State, which is likely which is a bigger state compared to Ekiti State. I think the system that you already have in place now should equally be able to function. And I think by extension to the national level, in the 2019 elections, right, INEC assured that it had enough machines. The fact that they had enough machines plus buffers still didn't stop the machine from malfunctioning in a couple of places. And I believe very strongly that there were lessons learned from 2019, which we are seeing play out in what they are in the subsequent elections in Anambra State, today in Ekiti State, in Osun State. So I have confidence that, and I agree with this point, that in the long run, technology will really improve our elections. And it is even more significant in that it also speaks to the confidence thing that I talked about. That as people begin to see that I can vote, right, and my vote will count, it helps to increase the confidence level in our voting. And therefore, we'll be addressing the problem of why people are not coming out to vote. So technology, for me, it's a significant part of that. But however, we must also acknowledge the fact that technology is only a tool. The human element remains the biggest challenge. And where the human element decides to circumvent what the tool is there for, then we are in a crisis. But again, it's good to acknowledge that a lot of thinking is going into this to also be able to checkmate the potential for the human element to circumvent and compromise what is possible using technology in our actions.
Okay, talking about using technology, and he made a point, and that was actually what was on my mind when I said, the things are done in this country and whether technology would actually help us. And I want to talk about the fact that before BVAS we had
smart card reader,
and from there we transited to BVAS now. So I'm just thinking, do you think that the electoral body will move to something else just in case? I mean, just in case, because the smart card reader, we had a lot of issues, and they said, "Oh no, we're going to get something better," and then we moved to BVAS, right? Okay, now we're with BVAS. Of course, this issue of identification, face recognition, it's not recognizing the face, the tongue, and all of that. If it persists, do you think that they may want to move to something else?
Definitely. I mean, if you are dealing with technology, if you are dealing with including the cars that you drive, every day we have new models. So invariably, this is not going to be the bus stop. There's going to be an improvement over time. But the key thing to know about this is that...
So how now in turn make it cheaper? That's actually my point.
No, how it's going to make it cheaper is that there are certain things you calculate in terms of money. There are certain things that go beyond money, and that is the point he made before. What the BVAS is doing, what the technology is doing, is actually enhancing the electoral process in such a way that the people know very well that whoever wins, wins. And people actually, if you go back to the governorship election in Edo State and the rest of them, you find out that there is no more contest about the result of elections. Increasingly, people are not noticing it. When people challenge the result of election these days, there are some technical points they are using before, whether they emerge properly or not emerge properly. That's what they do now. But in terms of the scores and whoever properly won in terms of what people, the voters, it is no longer being contested. And that is also a function of the technology that have been introduced. The BVAS, as it's being used today, actually works for the smart card readers, remove some of those points and some of those shortcomings. And now it is even raised the level in terms of authenticating people. That is where you talk about the facials and the, combining everything. And actually moving the PVC that you used to carry before. Now, what is in PVC is actually transferred into the BVAS. A whole lot of things have been actually improved and then they're incorporated in the BVAS, that it helps the electoral process to come out with a better result. So when we talk about bringing down the costs, yes, when you have mastered the technology you have, the training and a whole lot of things actually go into new technology as you move on. Those ones are eliminated. But much more important than that is the actual costs of what you put into the electoral process in terms of believability and in terms of the rancor that goes with the electoral process are totally, driven down. So you are going to use beavers for a while, but there is no guarantee that in about 4 years or 5 years that you are not going to up something that is a high technology. But that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that tomorrow you must have to discard it and bring something else. As the commission moves into 2023, I can tell you that invariably, whatever technology you are going to bring will not be for this, it will be beavers for 2023. And as you master it and as you move along, you do not have to spend a whole lot of money now in training people anew because they have already mastered it. And whatever is, you are actually domesticate whatever is in that for the commission to take ownership of it and improve on the operations. So I have no doubt at all that we are making progress. Like I said, go back to Anambra just a few months back and look at what is happening in Ekiti now. And I want to believe, and it is a natural expectation, and with a lot of factors to go that direction, that in Osun, going towards 2023, that you're also going to have lowering of the glitches that you are going to have. It will not make it 100% that you're not going to have problems, but it will reduce it drastically. And I think we are all better off for it.
Okay, yes, he said that, the cost he's talking about is believability of the results of the electoral process.
Yeah, one of them, yes.
Yes, one of the fact that, when you're done and you announce results, people say, oh, yes, that's actually how it went. Talking about the new Electoral Act, the Act actually empowers the Commission to transmit election results in a way it determines. Actually, quoting Section 50 of the Act, it says, subject to Section 63 of the Electoral Act, voting at an election and transmission of results under this Act shall be in accordance with the procedure determined by the Commission. And the Commission has said that with this election, there's going to be electronic transmission of results. How do you think this will play out at the end of the day?
So for anyone that has been involved in elections and electoral work in the country, the single weakest link in our elections for a very long time was coalition. Coalition. During the day, back in the early part of this current republic, it was common thing for thugs to snatch ballot boxes. With technology, right, and with improvement in the laws, it became clear that if you snatch the ballot box, the entire result is nullified. So people shifted from that, right? But we were never able to deal with the problem of collation. It happens under the dark of the night. Observers were very few around. Civil society groups could be permitted to observe. They could be denied to observe. It was strictly something that was done under the cover of darkness. So collation was the biggest challenge. And I think that if we go back, at that point in time, civil society groups kept campaigning and championing the call for we need to shift from all this paper transmission to something that reduces the indiscretion that happens during collation. And so this, for me, is perhaps one of the most novel innovation in this electoral law. By permitting INEC to be able to use electronics to transmit results, I think it solves a significant part of the collation problem that has been lingering and a problem with us. However, and maybe before I get to however, one of the benefits for me, I go back to the Anambra elections. As soon as the elections were completed and voting was completed, and I can always go back and check this, but within a 4 to 6 hour span, more than 40% of the results were already online for anyone that was interested. Because now, even though you still have to follow the collation process, from polling units to ward, local government areas, and then to the state level collation. But the fact that the new provision allows INEC to be able to announce results at the PUs and post the results at the PUs immediately to what is IREV. It just means we have something to compare with when those results begin to come in from the states. Innovative. And I think for me, at that point in time, I was really glad that, and I'm still, very excited by this innovation of IREV. I have registered with it this morning. So by the time I'm leaving this table this afternoon, I know I'm going to start getting results from Ekiti State. Nothing can be more confidence building, confidence restoring than that. So anyone out there who is interested, you can go back, log in, register first, log in, and you can tell the results in the PU that I participated in. Because you will have heard the announcement. You can go back and check. That for me has taken out, it's opening up the collation, which used to be a black box, a black hole that none of us could really talk about, understand what was happening. So I think that, this electronic transmission is a powerful, powerful provision in our electoral system. Now, going back to the however, experience from what happened in Kenya, for example, is something to tell us that even at that, right, it could be hacked. There could be, so many other things that could happen. Should we wait for that to happen? Certainly not. It will mean that we also need to keep improving the system, to ring fence it, to, stonewall it against, firewall it rather, against any potential attack that might be looking at, how the results are transmitted. But otherwise, I think this new provision is an excellent one and one that every Nigerian should celebrate.
Do you agree?
Definitely. The last point he made, actually, I just want to add that, life is all about solving problems, basically. So you keep moving on, you keep bringing on new technology to enhance your system, other problems will continue to come and you continue to solve it. But the most important thing is that you're moving from point A to point B. If the law has simply perfected, or authenticated what the commission actually had been doing for a very long time, this result, IREV thing, was there in Edo State. It was then being operated by the commission in a very subtle way because the law did not back it up, but it was there. A whole lot of people who came to Edo State to play funny games actually got themselves disappointed because by the time they finished voting and they found out the results were already known at that point in time, and each PU had the results already recorded. Those who were still planning to carry one box at one point or the other one found out that they were actually wasting their time. So the commission had been working on this, and I can tell you one good thing about the commission, and it's a credit to it, is that it had been here for years consistently. The commission had been working on policies and programs of introduction of technology. What happens under this present commission is that a lot of things are coming together, but the foundation had been there for a very long time. Incrementally, the commission had been improving. I must say it, okay, because I'm involved, as they used to say, you can say, okay, that's what you expect, from me. But I'm not sure there are many public institutions that had incrementally improved and fine-tuned the processes like the INEC had done over time. And the result is showing. So definitely there will be challenges. There will be people trying to hack into the system. There will be all sorts of things. But the most important thing is that the commission is situated in such a way that as the problems come, they solve it.
Try to solve it. Yeah. Okay, the commission is trying to solve problems. And of course, the commission also came up with the fact that some polling units are overloaded and came up with more polling units. Yeah. For this Ekiti election, let's say specific, we have just about 700,000 who have collected their PVs, and we have more than 22,000 polling units. I can tell you today that in some polling units you may have just like 2 or 3 people going, and some other polling units you have maybe over 100 and all of that. Do you really think that's going to solve the problem of trying to make those polling units accessible to electorate?
I think a significant part of that problem has already been solved by the creation of the special or more PUs. Let's take the example of Abuja, for example. There were some polling units that had over 1,000 people, and this was 2011. With Jega, which also marked the beginning of these reforms and the increasing influence of technology. So, if technology messed up in one unit with 1,000 people. It means 1,000 people are already disenfranchised, right? And what under such a situation, people get angry, violence could arise, fighting, and all of that. I think the decision by INEC to increase the number of PUs from 120,000 to what we now have at about 157,000 has significantly addressed that problem. It has reduced the number of voters that must now vote in any PU to maximum of 300 to 400. And I think that's fantastic. It's more manageable, and you have the PUs performing excellently well, and with the estimated time of between 2 to 3 minutes, people can complete the exercise in 3 minutes, and by 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m., if everything works accordingly, the elections are completed, and in like 1 hour you can begin to see the results. So I think that yes, the additional PUs, let's ignore all of the politicization of conversations that then resulted from that exercise. But we can see the benefit. Now, if it turns out, as we are seeing, that in some places 3 people came out, there's nothing
or nobody came out.
Or nobody came out. There's nothing you can do about it. But the point is that INEC is intentionally trying to make PUs more accessible, because now when they have created the addition, they have taken the PUs closer to the people. So if you have to travel, I had to travel, for example, one of the elections, probably 2015, from Gwarinpa to Wuyi to vote. Now there are so many polling units in Gwarinpa, so I don't need to get out of Gwarinpa. So it's a progress as well. And I think, like you said, it is this kind of progress that will ultimately build confidence that people can easily come out, get to the PUs, vote, go back home without being rowdy or being afraid that someone is going to push you over, kick you, fall you down, and all of that. So it's progress, and I think it's commendable.
Okay, commendable. Of course, being with the INEC, of course, you would want to also commend the commission. But the angle I want to look at this PUs from is the fact that more PUs were created, but trying to get more people, or rather moving people who from certain PUs where you have, to other. I don't think that has been done by INEC. What do you think they should do for 2023? I'm thinking about the fact that with more PUs, more cost. You have to get ad hoc staff there, you have to get the equipment there, and all that, and then you set up a structure and nobody's there. Okay, and so what do you think that INEC should do for 2023? I'm looking at the future.
Yeah.
There is
just flip the question and ask, what will Nigerians say if INEC did not provide those PUs?
But this is my own question now. I think you should respond to my question.
No. I do know. I'm responding to your question. I do know that the commission invariably has the plan and it has the process of actually moving people. Because when you now register, they are taking into cognizance where your voting area is. So they are doing a lot of shuffling to move people actually nearer to their new PUs. Mm-hmm. The most important thing to know in all these things is come back to what I said before, that there's a complementary effort that is actually, if you are introducing machines and you are creating polling units that are bringing it nearer to people, you can see the whole effort that is coming together. So coming to your question now, what do you expect the commission, or what are you expecting from the commission? They're already handling it in terms of properly getting people nearer, to the PUs, the new PUs, where they actually should go and, vote. The whole idea in this also is that there is also redundancy built into this. You don't need to bother that you have a place now where you don't have that overloaded number of people. Maybe you cover 10, 15 in a place. We have had a situation both in Abuja and the whole new lot of estates that came up, where there were no PUs there. And over time, they developed and the whole place actually became unbearable, as we have in a situation, I think, somewhere around Maraba or the rest of them in Abuja. That place where you are going to have a population that is not heavy, check it out in the next 1 year or 2 years. So as we move people nearer to the area where they register because they have now PU near in that place, you don't need to bother that you don't have 2 or 3 or 4 people there. It's not a problem. In the next 1 year or 2 years, you are going to find an increase in the population over there, and that is, what it takes to plan ahead, which I believe is what the commission had just done. So I don't think there's any problem. By the time we get to 2023 for the election, after all these standalone elections, I'm sure a whole lot of adjustments will be done. And then people will get nearer, which is actually the whole idea. People will get nearer to their area of residence for them to vote.
Okay. We're still on this, election matter. And of course, this Ekiti election is a litmus test again. After the Anambra election, it's a litmus test. And then, of course, Osun, for how prepared, the Independent National Electoral Commission is, for 2023. Now, let's look at the actors in this particular election. Looking at the 16 political parties, you already mentioned that, okay, yes, earlier we talked about the fact that we have 2 women who are vying for the governorship position, and then the remaining 14 are men. But for the deputy governorship position, we have 7 women, for that particular position. Looking at the actors, do you really think that our democracy is thriving? Or you think that the fact that we're having more young people voting and all of that, looking at the actors in this particular election, are we really moving forward, in terms of our democracy?
That's a loaded question. And we can discuss this, limiting the scope to elections and what happens around elections. But elections is just one single small part of the entire spectrum of democracy represents. Indeed, we can say that there are quite a number of things that suggest that we are moving in the right direction. The fact that we can conveniently organize elections every 4 years and without stalling, it may seem simple, but it's an important part of, a political process and democratic development. So yes, our ability to be able to organize our elections, in spite of all of its challenges, I think it's progress. The fact that there's also a measurable, concrete transformation that we are seeing in the elections management body as a neutral and driver for the electoral process. Also, we can say it's progress. Before 2011, the agitation was remove this chairman. Since then, the conversation now is more of how do you increase the independence of INEC from 2 points of view. One, in terms of appointment of the chair, and then secondly, in terms of funding INEC. And a brilliant thing one of the brilliant innovations that we have seen right now is under the new Electoral Act, INEC funding must be released at least for any election 1 year before elections. Massive progress. So, commendable. Now, you also look at civil society engagement in all of this process. Before 2011, there was very limited window for civil society groups to engage with INEC. All of that, again, changed in 2011 with Jega deliberately going out, even going as far as signing MOU with civil society groups, establishing, I think at that point in time, maybe it was ad hoc or something, but at least there was an attempt to begin to pay attention to issues of gender, issues of people with disabilities. All of that started. Is that progress? Absolutely. You talk about technology, these, for me, are indicators of progress that we are indeed, in the path to progress, but not without its own challenges. Now, the biggest deficit that I see here is in the role of political parties. And the reason why I'm zeroing down on political parties is because the political parties ultimately represent the platform by which anyone can get to office. Now, in a situation where political parties begin to privatize the process of getting or electing who represent us, I think that it's creating the biggest threat to our democracy. And I'll refer to what happened very recently. We all saw the primaries and just what a sad narrative the primaries now represent for all of us. It was, for me, one of the greatest show of shame in our electoral process. That and really sad that nothing has happened in response to what we saw. The situation where candidates can boldly say, I spent 78 million and begin to now use bandits to go recover that money. It's a dangerous narrative. We can laugh about it. We can just wave it off. But for me, it goes to the root of our democracy. Because if the process by which those that get to run our affairs is lost or deep in a very corrupt, non-transparent, non-credible, for lack of a better word, process, I think we can already imagine what then becomes of those who get to office. In some instances, we had that some candidates paid as high as $25,000 to buy the delegates. Some other candidates, in some other camps, you hear that they paid $15,000. Bottom line, whatever is going to happen in 2023 has already been decided for us by delegates, and delegates that did not have to consider the capability, the capacity, and the national interest, but instead, how much am I getting? That, for me, is the biggest threat to our democracy. So that while we are making progress in some instances, the political party seems to be dragging us back. And so how do we fix this challenge in political parties? Because we can get the electoral management body doing the right thing. We can get the police doing the right thing. We can get civil society groups providing support. Ultimately, it's not these people that are going to run the country. It's the political parties and the candidates that the political parties present to us. So this, for me, is at the root of the challenges that we are going to face come 2023. That a cohort of people has already decided for us, this is the candidate you guys have to vote for. You either vote for them
or not. You have to vote for them or you vote for them because you don't have a choice really. It's not an issue of yes, you're laughing, but it's the reality. And even today, I'm sure maybe much later we'll begin to hear stories of political parties throwing this and that at those going out to vote today. How would you react to some of the things he has said? Because INEC is doing a good job. I'm sure that's what you would say. Yes, trying to make sure that the process is fair, is transparent, and all of that. With this issue, money politics, what is the way out?
I wish I had the answer. I don't have the answer. If you say, what is the answer? What's the solution? I do not have it. But much earlier on in discussing something else, I told you that my life is all about solving problems. I know the more you solve, others come and you solve them. What has become obvious now is that the commission will have to go back. Unfortunately, we keep coming back to the commission. In most other climes, actually in other climes, the Electoral Commission do not have the type of burden that is placed on the commission in Nigeria. What happens is that the commission here does the job of organizing election and then does other things that are outside conducting election. With the new Electoral Act, the commission will now have to look at it and go back again. We need to have other measures to rein in the political parties and the political class. They have always been a problem right from the onset. That's the truth of the matter. If we go back in history, we have to, because we need to be looking at history to adjust ourselves. It used to be the duty of the commission actually in accepting candidates and in, looking through the process of selecting candidates, whoever the political parties bring, and the commission will look at them and then, check few things in terms of who actually qualifies or not. There was a lot of uproar at the protest over that, and the commission was, told to hands off. And this thing was now returned to the political parties. Now look at where we have found ourselves. He made a lot of points. We have gone through a primary that is a bazaar. And now we are finding a situation as we are here now, where some of the people that even emerged from their process are not even having their names entered to the commission. You go through the primaries, you emerge one way or the other, not one way or the other, you go through the process and you emerge the winner. And the political parties are finding it difficult to even give you the form to present you. In some instances, they drop you and get somebody else. How do you begin to deal with that? That ordinarily should not be the duty of the commission to deal with this. But that's why I said it is all about solving one problem after the other. We must have to take a look at this now to see how the commission can rein in the political parties. Because the political parties consistently undermine the process, the electoral process. The commission is always called. At the end of the day, it is what INEC does or what INEC fails to do. But we all fail to go back to the beginning of the commission and know that every problem that every commission has had is the political class that actually have been at the root of it. What is playing now at the moment in terms of the primaries, forget about even the money aspect of it. That one is entirely a huge problem. But this question of trying to drop those who emerge from their own primaries and replacing the people who did not pass through that process, that is a scandal. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. But that is what is going on. What do you do about that? Watching television in the last 2 or 3 days, you have found many people coming forward. We emerge to the process and our name is not entered to the commission. And unfortunately, the commission, at the moment, it can only take what the parties actually feed it as those who have emerged from its primaries. But we do know that these are not people who emerge from that. So if you ask me what is the solution, I do not know. Short of telling you that we need to revisit the Electoral Act again to know how we can tie the hand of these political parties, because they don't seem to be obeying even the rules they make for themselves and the rules made by the law. And so we have to strengthen it and possibly load INEC with further job. They must have to take more active measure in trying to control it. It's no longer a question of going to monitor, observe the primaries and going away. But whatever they find, the political parties will be limited in how they can change what INEC saw and reported and monitored and then returned as a result. We must have to find a way to contain the political parties. If we do not do that, the party leaders and the party chieftains will continue to undermine every democratic value we have in this society. And however INEC prepares and does its own job very well, at the end of the day, the system will be heated up. The system will be undermined. And poor people who cannot afford millions and billions, there are many dimensions that you are going to be discussing in this. We are talking about a nation, and the currency in which we transact business now in our destiny is not even naira but dollars. We are not dealing with this. Where is the money coming from? The chairman of INEC, I read him sometime 2 days ago saying we can't really do anything about vote buying. The commission will try. The commission will try to set up, few machineries for doing this. But you can't monitor people for 24 hours. What if they decide to be meeting them by night and be going to their homes and be giving them this? What do you want the commission to do? These are people who don't want to play by the rules. I mean, I'm talking about the politicians and the political parties. So we continue to chase them from one pillar to post, but it's a task that you don't, no institution, not the commission that doesn't have a police or security agency, but even if you have policemen, are they going to be monitoring people's houses to know? Why is it that people don't want to believe that if you perform very well and sell yourself very well, that people will take you and vote for you? It is because people are not sure of themselves and they don't believe that they are doing the right things. That's why you take people and pay them $50,000. That ordinarily you will use to do a lot of things in the society. And we gloss over this and laugh over this. The whole idea is not only undermining the electoral process, the whole value system of the society is being undermined. The political process as a whole is being undermined. And, the people sit watching and they don't seem that there is much they can do. But at the end of the day, as you said now, when you throw up the kind of people that you throw up, knowing how they came up in this system, you leave the voters with a fait accompli. Now you have, whether I like it or not, I can only vote for A or B. That's what you have thrown up. But we do know that they emerged from a process that was very flawed. So it's a very sad situation. And the more we work hard to clean the system, the more they are coming from every end and throw up things that actually draw us back. But that's where we are.
Let me.
Okay, I will hold your thoughts on that. Sure. I'm going to definitely come back to you. But now let's join Tayo in Ado-Ekiti. She has an update for us.
Thank you, Irene. We're at Okemokpe Emuje polling unit
I'll definitely come back to you.
004 in Ward 1, Otu Ekiti, in Moba local government area of Ekiti State. This polling unit has a total number of 709 registered voters, and quite a number of them have already exercised their franchise. I have with me two people who have exercised their franchise already. A first-time voter, Aware Ruth, who is so excited to be participating in this decision-making process for the first time. Ruth, how was the experience? What is the experience like for you voting for the first time ever?
This voting is very great because no fighting, no everything, don't go smoothly. I'm very happy for voting first time, and I'm appreciate if the government can continue to do good for us because we are sweating, we are wasting our time here.
Right. So how do you feel voting for the first time? Being able to also vote alongside other acts?
Uh, I'm I'm so happy for voting for first time. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. I also have with me another voter, Shashuna Olamileko, who will be telling us about the process in this polling unit. What is the process like here?
Yeah, the process was fine, though we had a little problem in the morning with the device, and we lodged our complaint to the electoral officer, INEC, Mobile Local Government, and she immediately sent to us the supervisor for Ward 1, and also one technical officer to come and look into that machine. And immediately the machine was corrected because the first problem we had with it was the top rating. And when the top rating could not work, then we made sure that captioning, and since then they have been working on captioning and it was going on smoothly. There was no quarrel, no fight. All the party agents.
Thank you. Very, very much. Irene, that's the situation here at polling unit 004 in Ward 1. Quite a number of people have voted, and there are still a few people in the queue waiting to exercise their franchise as well.
Thanks, Tayo. Okay, so Dayo, now you have your time to, express your points.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point to build on something that he said. I think right now there are quite a number of opportunities to rein in the political parties. And you can find these several provisions in the Electoral Act. What we need most now is courage on the side of INEC to enforce what is contained in this new law. A couple of days back, I was reading, some write-ups about on his replacement of candidates now possible. And the author of that piece made a strong argument that under the new law, replacement is more difficult now, and that a lot of parties that are engaged in this replacement and placeholding will be shocked should INEC decide to go ahead and enforce exactly what the law has said. So I think that it's not totally a desperate or despondent, hopeless situation. The law has made certain provisions that empowers INEC to be able to do certain things that was impossible until now. What we should be looking at is whether INEC will be able to go ahead and implement those laws. If it is possible, if INEC, and under the chairmanship of Professor Mahmood, will go ahead and enforce those laws, probably, even if it is, we will go ahead and enforce it and let them go to court so that the court can then make a pronouncement on it. At least they will be contributing to the jurisprudence on law, on this Electoral Act, and we can see progress. But to fold your hands, just believe, oh, maybe we don't have those powers. I think I would want an activist INEC that chooses to take a step that is then called back by the court, than one that folds hands and plays, and plays to the gallery and allows the political parties to go ahead. For example, the Electoral Act is very clear on vote buying. How do you describe the payment to the delegates? What does it qualify as? It's vote buying, because these guys are going to vote to elect and should. This is last. I think the last days for the primaries was probably June 9th.
Yes, June 9th.
So by beginning June 10, the parties were expected to start uploading the results on INEC portal. Between then and now, I've not had any arrest or any plan to arrest anyone, in spite of the torrents of videos and documentaries showing people collecting back money, using bandits to go and recover money, or dollars being given out, envelopes handed out. So I think all of this, for me, comes down to whether or not INEC has got the boldness, the courage to be able to enforce and exercise the provisions in the law.
You know that question is coming to you. Does INEC have the courage? And quickly, I would also like to add, because we saw in that report Taya just gave us, it's already going to 3 p.m. and some people are still trying to vote. So as you respond to the issue of if INEC, has the courage, to measure up with some of these challenges, do you really think that maybe we should extend voting time now that there's going to be electronic transmission of results, so you don't have to now travel to go and... So since you could just, if you're done, say, if we extend time to say 4 p.m., it's not an issue of, okay, before I will get back to the INEC headquarters or whatever to go and, do you think that the timing should be increased so that, this rush or this panic, I've not voted, it's already past 2 and all of that? So I want you to answer to the double question.
Let me start from the last question. It's not something that I can stay here and gaze. I do know very well that if you have that kind of situation, the commission extends the time. I do know that in Ekiti now.
No, can we make it official? Like, okay, voting time, as we prepare for 2023.
No. It has to be in context, yeah. You respond to what actually happens on the ground. And, the result comes by each PU. So each PU that has any problem, you extend that. I mean, it is not something that you are going to put in law and say, wherever you have a glitch on the machine, that the time now, no. You don't do that. It is contextual. I'm very, very sure that is already done in addressing this problem. I'm very sure about that.
Okay. So to the issue of courage.
Does INEC has the courage? There is entirely a different, it's entirely something different from the courage and then having the machinery or the wherewithal to do that. INEC can have the courage, and I do want to believe that they have the courage there, but do they have the police? The chairman of INEC, I'm not sure, he doesn't control any detachment of the police or the security agencies or whatever it is. And he talked about people who were using bandits to go and get their money back. That is a situation where the person knew those who he gave the money and he was going back to them. The people who gathered at Eagle Square or at the stadium or the rest of them, the money was probably given to them there. Who are you going after? That's why I said, when I said it is difficult actually to control, to go and curtail vote buying, it's because they resort to all sorts of mechanisms to get this done. This money is not actually paid you. It is not an official payment. There is no evidence you have. Before they were doing it in terms of pulling booths, and then we now banned, using a phone, taking photographs or giving something over there. Then they moved way outside their homes and beyond it. How do you do that? Do you keep a camera in their homes overnight? Most of the delegates actually were either paid through their governors or their commanders in whatever directions you have. How do you really? This thing is about value and integrity in people and leaders. For you, it's not paid into any bank. So what is that? What's the commission with all the courage actually going to do about it? It's not all about courage. It's all about when people start to undermine a system, there's limit to what you can do. The courage comes there when you have somebody who there is an evidence that the person has done wrong and you cannot apprehend the person.
But when these things are done through all sorts of mechanisms, our people are creative in doing wrong things. So what are you